is capital. Hi, I'm George Westcott. What are you using to watch this video right now? Maybe you're watching this on your phone, or on your computer, on your television. Maybe you only have the audio downloaded on whatever device and you're using this video as a podcast. Regardless of your medium, right now, most likely you are in some way connected to the internet. It would be an understatement to say that the internet has become a large part of our daily lives. In some sense, it has become our daily lives, the superstructure. It is the new reality in which we exist, beyond the physical. Your job, your school, your social life are all in some way entrenched in the internet. I had a conversation a couple months ago with a friend of mine, mostly out of frustration. Frustration at the fact that I had to so deeply market myself in order to make it in any artistic endeavor. That all my actions and everything that I made had to be to the taste of social media. They complained back to me about their time on dating apps. They told me about the gamified nature of dating apps and the way that it basically does function as a sort of market in which your attractiveness is quantified and mostly focused not on the quality of dates, but just your mass amounts of accumulating dates on these apps. So I have to make maybe a clarification, because this sort of analysis is very prevalent in incel forums, especially used as a justification for an incel's hatred towards women. They literally talk about the sexual marketplace. However, there is truth that dating apps in general are set up like a marketplace, focusing on the accumulation of dates, which in this case for a market would be capital, but for the dating apps it would be date. Rather than, what you would think a dating app would want you to do, finding a quality person. There has been a lot of writing about the gamified nature of dating, where the more matches one has, the better they feel. All of these locations, whether it be social media and art or dating apps, all function under one notion: capitalism. Yes, this will be another lefty video essay, but stick with me. Now, don't get me wrong, I love social media. I find it an interesting melting pot of different cultures and different cultural expressions. Much like any other location where people get to meet and coexist, there is potential for a lot of great things out of social media. Hell, I am writing this video, recording it right now, to put it on social media. However, while in the past there were places and locations in which people could interact without the heavy influence of capitalism, social media offers no escape. The internet is fundamentally capitalist, with digital landlords and networks which basically function on the accumulation of capital. When under this immense pressure, where the North Star is capital, it's very difficult to think of an alternative. Recalling Mark Fisher in his book Capitalist Realism, it is easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. It seems impossible to think of a way out, especially not an answer that is just pure destruction and going back to primitivism, or what I like to call the Unabomber approach. So, I don't offer a solution. I'm not a computer scientist. Instead, I would like to offer an alternative of what could have become. Today, I want to talk about Project Cybersyn, which is one of these alternatives. Today, I would like to discuss an alternate history of the internet. Before I start, I have to mention that most of the information that I will be using for this video is from Ede Medina's book, Cybernetic Revolutionaries. It is a seminal text in the research of Project Cybersyn. And if you are more interested in the subject, I highly recommend taking a look at this book right here. Unless stated otherwise, if I state a fact or any point of information about Cybersyn, it is from this book. Regardless, I could regale you with an entire history of Salvador Allende and the history of how he came into power. I have already done that. And just for time's sake, because this video is already long as it is, I would recommend that you go and watch my Salvador Allende video if you are interested in a more deep analysis of this historical figure. I will give a summary nonetheless. Allende got into power in 1970 after several failed attempts. In his presidency, he applied several social reform laws, several agrarian reforms, and most importantly, nationalized large parts of Chilean industry. But before we talk about which specific industries he nationalized, I would like to introduce a key figure in this story. A strange British man named Stafford Beer. Stafford Beer was born in Fulham, London. At first glance, he might not look like the type of figure that you would expect for this type of history, looking more like a Rasputin-esque figure rather than the clean-cut politicians of Allende's time. However, Beer remains a key figure in the study of cybernetics. He was referred to by Norbert Wiener, which I have to say a lot in this video, and it's funny every single time. This guy's name is literally Norbert Wiener. I can't shorten it into anything not funny. He was referred to by Norbert Wiener, who is normally referred to as the father of cybernetics. Beer was instead referred to by Wiener as the father of management cybernetics. He was raised in general middle class, his father being a statistician for Lloyd's Register and Shipping, a sign of things to come. However, after being expelled from private school and a short stint in university studying philosophy, Beer dropped out and joined the British military during the Second World War, specifically as a gunner for the Royal Artillery. Throughout this entire time in the army, Beer was a prolific writer, drawing mostly from writers in the cutting-edge cybernetic field like the previously mentioned Norbert Wiener. Beer specifically focused on a multidisciplinary approach to technology and management. Beer notoriously in his writing was semi-controversial, focusing more on prose than the heavy scientific schematics that were very prominent in the cybernetic field, especially considering that Beer never held a university degree. Even today, the scientific consensus around Beer's work is split. Some seeing him as this visionary writer with ideas of the future, and others as a crackpot crazy person who looked like Rasputin, mostly focusing on these large claims with little to no evidence. After retiring from the army and a long stint at United Steel, Beer would enter Sigma. As stated by Beer, Sigma is an autonomous company that sells operational research and nothing else. Looking at Sigma, we can start glancing these little nuggets of information on how Cybersyn would later get developed. Sigma as an organization was mostly working abroad, working in the United States, the UK, and then later in Chile. Meanwhile, this is all going on, there is another important figure that we must discuss. Fernando Flores had graduated from the Universidad Católica in Santiago, coming from Talca from a relatively middle-class background. During his stint at university, Flores would come into contact with Beer's work in management cybernetics and would find immediate connection. As stated in Cybernetic Revolutionaries, this coming into contact with Beer's work would heavily shape the future decisions of Flores. Flores would continue to be focused on management cybernetics, studying under the tutelage of Arnoldo Hacks. Now, these two men would eventually cross paths. Sigma had been hired to work in Chile, and because Beer found it not as easy to be flying back and forth between England and Chile, he offloaded a lot of the work that Sigma was doing to a group of Chilean engineers. Due to Flores' work in management cybernetics, he would be immediately hired to work on this project, working on the management of the Chilean railroad. It was during this time that Flores would come into contact with Beer's book, Cybernetics and Management, which he later described as visionary. Later on, Flores would travel to the United States to meet with Arnoldo Hacks and came into contact with Beer's second book, Decision and Control.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one surfer coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name, Extra Chill Goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I made goblin jokes years ago. They became super viral, so whatever. Yeah. We'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, and then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin Vomit, Slop, and Blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal vampire pot-belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Extra chill goblin.
Boom, Extra Chill Goblin. What, dip, cow. We're here. We're ready to go. And I got the mic turned on right at the right moment this time. What can go wrong? Everything's coming up, Chill Goblin. Oh, okay. What's going on, gang? How is it going? All right. We've got Ian, Lord, Jerry, Lion, Spring, Summer, Fall, Winter, Misunderstander. We've got the whole gang is here. Stubens, HPP, Jason, the first half hour of the stream is just me listing people. Oh no, it won't take me that long. And we got to the Finland station. I'm pretty sure that's it. Well, okay, I don't know. That's everybody I can quickly see. What's going on, gang? I'm ready to just jump into it, but I won't. I will restrain myself. I'll do a little bit more talking about stuff. How come you don't stream on Twitch as well as YouTube? By the way, good question. I would love to do that. Twitch seems cool. I can't figure out how to, honestly, my thing is I can't figure out how to, like I have a Twitch as you could see from this thing over here. I have it's advertising my Twitch, but I can't figure out how to get the chats to match up. It's weird. It's like there's a whole conspiracy by these big tech companies to make it so that you can only stream from one place at a time. I know some people do it, but I don't know. I honestly, if I could figure out how to combine the chats, I would. But yeah, I don't know. For a while I was streaming on Twitch and I would just I'd dual stream, but I wouldn't be looking at the Twitch chat at all, which seemed weird. Oh yeah, we're getting cooped up in here tonight. Not yet, not just yet. We're gonna save that till the end. Oh, you're falling for. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, I should be over on Twitch. I know. You know what? Yeah, I'll look into that. I would like to not just be on YouTube. I'd like to have more people seeing me, but I don't know. There's like a lot of stuff I don't get with the programming and stuff like that. So once I can figure that out, yeah, I will. Hell yeah, I'm ready to stream on Twitch. I'm already like advertising it over here. It's very silly that I haven't gotten that going. But yeah, one of these days. Best intro in the biz. Oh, thanks. Goblins. Checking in right now. If you watch the early part of the stream, basically any part of the stream before, like right now, I gotta shout out the homie. Oh, actually, gotta go here. We've got to shout out Quiltro magazine. That's Quiltro magazine. An interesting name of a guy. Quiltro magazine, and this was a alternate history of the internet, and it seems to be about Cybersyn, the thing that Allende, the democratically elected democratic socialist Marxist leader of Chile, was trying to start up. He's trying to basically do like, I don't know, computer-led socialism, I guess. But he died. Yeah, he died. This is interesting, though. I haven't actually seen this guy's other videos, but it looks like he's got a few videos about Allende, Chile's legacy. An analysis of Allende, my grandfather, and the legacy those who men have. I think this was be those two men have. Because the legacy those who men have, it almost sounds like it could be a sentence, but I'm like, well, huh? I get confused when the period shows up. The president and my I believe that is Allende's glasses. Like, he got killed. By suicide. But it was like during the coup. The CIA's second coup after they had their big success in Iran, overthrowing Mossadegh. They were like, let's coup Chile. They're definitely going to be fucking, easy to coup. In fact, they were so confident, I believe they called the operation the secret CIA op was called Operation Success or something like that. I think the one in Iran was Operation Ajax, but this one was Operation Success. Anyway, but yeah, I don't know. Allende, if you've ever looked into Cybersyn stuff, it's kind of crazy. Like it seems like something from science fiction, Project Cybersyn. Chilean economic project developed during the presidency of Salvador Allende with the purpose of constructing a distributed decision support system to aid in the management of the national economy. The project consisted of 4 modules: an economic simulator, custom software to check factory performance, an operations room, and a national network of telex machines that linked to a single mainframe computer. I mean, I find this stuff super interesting. This is an artist's impression of the operations room where I guess 7 guys sit in a circle, stare at each other, and they got little Star Trek chairs with little buttons on it, and they can go, computer, fix the economy, please. It was designed in accordance with Gestalt principles to give users a platform that would enable them to absorb information in a simple but comprehensive way. It looks like the Star Trek bridge, but like, also, it looks like if they had Alcoholics Anonymous meetings in Star Trek. You know what I'm saying? Well, they all sit in a circle and be like, hello, my name's Salvador Allende, and I'm addicted to trying to fix this crazy Latin American country, despite how much the CIA is going to hate it. Anyway, no, it is super interesting. Personally, I find this stuff fascinating. I think that, I don't know, I mean, this is all before AI, right? This is like way before AI. This is the 70s. The CIA killed the guy, couped his town, made him think, it took over the radio airwaves, made everybody think that the U.S. Army was invading or something, or the people were revolting or whatever. Installed Pinochet, a brutal dictator, and they were like, okay, instead of doing this cool shit, we're going to make Chile the laboratory of neoliberalism. Anyway, this is I feel like, I could go off on this. This is one of my special interests. History of CIA coups in other countries. So, yeah, when I found this guy's channel, Quiltro magazine, by the way, let me throw you guys the link. Go give him a subscription. But when I found this guy's channel, I was like, oh, this looks sick. 'Cause, like, a bunch of it seems to be kind of about this. America's Backyard. That's also, oh yeah, and this is the one, I guess, the president and my grandfather. Cool, I guess. So I guess maybe he's from Chile, or his family's from Chile. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. I guess I did at some point watch the first little bit of it. Don't remember. You can sort of tell this guy must be Latino because he's got like, I don't know. When he's talking, he does that little pronunciation thing, or he's like, meanwhile, Allende was doing this in Chile, or whatever. I can't really. I'm trying to over exaggerate it, but you know what I mean. I sort of do that too, and I'm not Latino at all, so. But I'm just like extra really trying hard to pronounce things right. Anyway, but yeah, by all indications, I would say this seems like a very good channel. Yeah, I want to finish that video later. Cool. I like when you go back on people's like video essays channel, and it's like, oh, okay, they used to be uploading music here. It's like a bunch of old songs. Leaving Doors Open, official music video. Yeah. They definitely have a Chilean super genius hooked up to this thing's current day model, like Professor X and Cerebro. Yeah, probably. Yeah, AI is in like LLM is large scale predictive text. It probably wouldn't have much utility in cybernetic organization because cybernetics needs to be goal oriented and AI has no inherent intentions. Yes, aside from the intention of keeping you using their, software as long as possible. Oh yeah, Eyes Wide Open is sick. Yeah, I like those guys. I must be following them, right? Those guys. I mean, yeah. Okay, I'm following them. Yeah. Good stuff. History of the CIA. Okay, I see why you're recommending them. You know what? I actually haven't seen these. I guess. I must have seen them at some point. These look so familiar. Probably I must have seen them on my other YouTube account. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, I'll look into that because yeah, I like this channel. I guess this is something I mostly know from Twitter. I guess seeing Eyes Wide Open on Twitter. Eyes Wide Open clips. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right, gang. Are we ready to do it? Are we ready to get into it? We're doing Obsidian shit today. We're doing it. You can't stop me. I got an Obsidian board. I feel like it's been a while since I'm doing Obsidian. We got these chill streams on Wednesday and then the like extra high effort ones on Sunday evenings where I'm like, okay, I went down a rabbit hole and now you gotta hear what I found out. But today we're talking about somebody who is a little bit well known, I guess. To you probably maybe if you're I shouldn't say well known, but if you're Epstein brained, if you got the terminal Epstein head illness, if you're one of the Ep heads like myself, you'll have heard this person's name over and over and over again, and that is Sarah Kellen. Okay, Sarah Kellen, one of Epstein's victims, or perhaps one of Epstein's co-conspirators, or perhaps both. There's a blurry line, and it's a little bit difficult to tell exactly what side of that line we would want to categorize her. But I thought we could try and figure that out. So here's a little picture. Here's a little, what do you call it? Isn't this crazy? I got like my crazy board, my little mind map of stuff. I'm like, whoa, this connects to this. And then you zoom in and then you get, this is the FBI's Obsidian board right here. Not really Obsidian board, but whatever program they used for this. They got Jeffrey Epstein and they got so look at this, by the way. Look at this. You want to talk about people getting mogged? Check out Epstein's mugshot being mugged by all of these women's mugshots, or I don't even know if they're mugshots. They kind of look like headshots or whatever. Epstein looks horrible, lit from below left. Terrible photo of the guy. And then look at this. Here's Sarah Kellen. Okay. We got Adriana Ross, or Adriana Muchinska was her original name, but she changed it to Adriana Ross. We got Ghislaine Maxwell, of course. Leslie Groff. Nadia Marchenko, who we've talked quite a bit about on stream before. And Cecilia Steen. So these are some of the women who the FBI, at least in this graphic, has sort of connected to Epstein, to Epstein's operation. Now, a lot of these women, I think at some point were Epstein's girlfriend and then became his employee, or, had some sort of crossover. I mean, girlfriend is a weird word to use as well, because it's like, some of the people who maybe appeared to be his girlfriend were also abuse victims who were trapped in his kind of sexual slavery organization. But but I'll read, I think the person who worked for him the longest was Leslie Groff, right? Because Leslie Groff, I believe she was hired by Epstein sometime in the early 90s, and she worked for him all the way until 2019, until he died. So Leslie Groff was there for a long time. Multiple victims state Groff was the main point of contact for New York City-based massage appointments. Unknown if ages were discussed during the massage apartment phone calls. Things such as school or parents were often brought up. Hasn't been subpoenaed. She's not bringing up. She's not whatever. You want a link to this Epstein map? Wait, you mean this one here? Yeah, sure. I mean, I have it's in the Epstein files, but it's pretty small. But if you want to take your time and look through there, yeah, right. Groff was there since the farmer days until the end, easily the longest. Yeah, I think you're right about that. That's my understanding as well. Cecilia Steen, is what it says here. I don't know much about her, but I feel, yeah. I mean, she's the one I know the least about for sure. And she's it's a little bit unclear. Even says here, unknown if she actually recruited or abused any of the victims, was said to have been one of Epstein's New York City secretaries and responsible for arranging massage appointments, may have on 1 to 2 occasions paid victims at the Madison Avenue office for the massages, unknown if she was ever present at any of Epstein's homes. I mean, okay. Nadia Marchenko, we've talked about. She was purchased by Epstein. That's what he said. He bought her from her parents in I believe, and again, throwing this off the top of my head, I think it was in 1999 or something like that, when she was 16 years old. He paid for her visa to move to the U.S., and she got an Einstein visa, same thing as Melania Trump. And she was his assistant for a while, and she learned to fly to Gulfstreams, probably through Epstein and his pilot, Larry Vashovsky or David Rogers. Obviously, we know Ghislaine Maxwell, Adriana Ross. Now, these people, they're all kind of in the same boat. But Sarah Kellen, here, I'll read what it says in here. Yes. Cecilia Steen's in the Black Book, and she popped up in emails toward the very end. She emailed him right after he was arrested. Interesting. Einstein visa is, I guess it's an extraordinary person's visa, I suppose. You know what? I'm not actually sure. But it's named after Albert Einstein, who was, a German Jew who immigrated to the U.S. So, I mean, I don't know. It's some exceptional, if you have some exceptional ability, maybe you're a really, really good sex trafficking assistant, then you get to move here. Who knows? You know what? I should look it up, but it's not that important right now. And I'm sorry. That's a valid question, but I'm trying to stop myself from going on an ADHD tangent here. But before I do that, one more ADHD tangent. Mr. Goblin, did you like the SNL Will Ferrell impersonation? I didn't see it. I should check that out. But I feel like Will Ferrell is a good pick. He's got the look, He's got the long clay face kind of look that you need to pull off a good Epstein. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. So here's what the FBI thing says about Sarah Kellen. Unknown if she was directly responsible for recruiting girls, but at least 10 girls state she is the direct point of contact for scheduling his massage appointments in West Palm Beach and New York City. Vickers was also in charge of greeting the girls at his Florida and New York residences, making them feel comfortable and welcome, offering them food, bringing them into the massage room and giving them instructions, and often paying them afterwards. Vickers was also Vickers. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Vickers is her name after she got married, but her name when she worked for Epstein was Sarah Kellen. We'll get into that in a second. Kellen was also Epstein's personal travel assistant, flew with him all over the world. She's all over the Epstein flight logs, just marked as SK. You will constantly see SK. So many flights. The time she was working for him. She was the direct supervisor to Adriana Ross, and instructed her to schedule massage appointments and destroy evidence during the Palm Beach investigation into Epstein's conduct in about 2005 or so. At least one victim states that Vickers sexually abused her during a massage session with Epstein. Now, it doesn't say who that victim was, but she was accused of participating in the abuse of young girls. Now, why am I talking about Sarah Kellen, by the way? I should also have said this. Yes, she also went by Sarah Kensington. True. But why am I talking about her? Well, she just gave her deposition to Congress or whatever. And this one, it wasn't under oath. Three new alleged abusers' names were revealed. According to this, gave the House Oversight Committee the names of three new alleged abusers during a closed-door testimony. According to Representative James Comer, that's the guy who I guess was asking her questions. Kellen says she was abused by Epstein in her opening statement. It happened on average on a weekly basis, and it was at times violent. I'm just going to scroll down here a little bit. Whoops. But so I wanted to get into this. We haven't seen the interview, hasn't been released, but I believe I could probably guess most of the things that she's going to say, because we have a little bit of other things from her. But the question with her, as it is with a lot of the victims of Epstein, and not the victims, the accomplices, the people on this page, basically. Sarah Kellen, Nadia Marchenko. Like Nadia Marchenko, she started working for Epstein when she was 16 or something like that. It's hard to blame her for what happened when she was that age and being brought into this billionaire's world, right? And we've got, here's some photos of Sarah Kellen. Here she is with Ghislaine. Just so you can kind of put a face to the name. I guess you already did see that one photo of her. Here she is with Ghislaine again. Here she is with Epstein. Here she is with Nadia Marchenko, another one of the assistants. Now, I believe, so one of the ways that we know we can look at her timeline a little bit is through the birthday book. And we have found out her section of the birthday book from this photo here, where they blacked out her face, but I don't know if you recall this from 3 seconds ago when I showed you the other picture. That is definitely her. That is 100% her. That's Sarah Kellen right there. So we know that this section here is from Sarah Kellen, and she wrote two acrostic poems, which is that's kind of wild. This is in 2003. She would have been, I don't know, 24, something like that when she made these. It's this is nuts. This is like a birthday card I would have made for, I don't know, my friend when I was maybe 8. And after that, I'd be like, no, I can do something more thoughtful than an acrostic poem. But anyway, here we go. Jeffrey, you are 1 in a billion. Everyone admires you so. Funny, gorgeous, intellectual, and kind you are. Fabulous through and through. Ranch, Island, Paris, Palm Beach, New York. Everywhere you go. You have got it all, and we love you so. I like how that she decided to make it rhyme at the very end. Does any of this else rhyme? No, it doesn't. Ugh, the worst crime Sarah Kellen's responsible for. This poem. No, just joking. Yeah, painting flames on a private jet is tacky. Yeah, this is nuts. Was this when he was like working with fucking Guy Fieri or something? What the hell is this? Are these flames? That's so weird. And then there is another acrostic poem here. She was like, one's not enough. One's not enough. I wrote you two, and I got the glitter glue pen out, so it's all good. Jeffrey, oh Jeffrey, everyone loves you. And the first one is Jeffrey too. Jeez, come on, low effort. Everyone loves you. Fun in the sun. Fun just for fun. Both of the F's are fun. Remember, don't forget me soon. Epstein, you rock. You are the best. She said, remember, don't forget me soon. This was in 2003. She was working for Epstein, and she would continue to work for him for like another 10 years. And then we've got these photos here. She says, and thought you might like some bikini shots. Bye-bye, XXX. Whoops. What? Huh? I do not want to add a bookmark. Get out of there, Obsidian. Okay. So those are, that's one thing. Now, there's not really a lot of information in here, I guess. There's not really anything really helpful. I mean, I guess there's that one thing where it says Ranch, Island, Paris, Palm Beach, New York, but I mean, we already knew his different properties. Epstein liked fun in the sun. Okay, Mark, write that down. That might be important later. None of this is really helpful. But there's another section here. There's a section where it's like, who am I? And it's like, I think a few different people where it's like, guess who these people are. This one has a lot more stuff. What's a symbol in front of the flames? Probably some macabre Luciferian Babylon thing. Nice. Yeah. Unbelievably macabre and evil. You mean this? That's J.E. Jeffrey Epstein on the front part there. Yeah, it's an ancient symbol of the Canaanites. But okay, so who am I? See if you can guess who this is. Spoiler alert, it's probably the person that this is all about. But before Jeffrey, I was a 22-year-old divorcee working as a hostess in a hotel restaurant. Now, we know that she met Epstein when she was about 22, around 2000 or 2001. Oh, chat stuck. Let me fix that. Let me fix the chat. I'll do it if I can. There we go. The flames actually represent Moloch, the Molochian rituals. Absolutely. But we know that before she met Epstein, she was married at 17. She grew up in she says like she's a Jehovah's Witness, but from what I could tell, I'd say it was like a really intense Jehovah's Witness. I mean, I don't know. I know some Jehovah's Witnesses that are, whatever. It's an intense, you're not allowed to stand up for O Canada, but this sounds more like a very secluded kind of cult. And she got married when she was like 16 or 17. I want to say 17. And, and when she divorced her first husband, she was like kind of like excommunicated from all Jehovah's Witnesses. And I guess. Yes. Totally agree. I do have that photo in just a sec. But yeah, so it does seem like she was a 22-year-old divorcee. I'm not sure about the hostess in a hotel restaurant, but that I can totally see Ghislaine kind of recruiting her in that environment, just like she did with Virginia, seeing her as working as this hostess. And then after Jeffrey, I now live in New York City, and I've traveled to Paris, London, Milan, Copenhagen, Tokyo, Hong Kong, Stockholm, China, Singapore, Brunei, Bangkok, Bali, Ghana, Nigeria, Mozambique, Rwanda, South Africa, Morocco, Ireland, Saint-Tropez, Florida, St. Bart, St. Thomas, St. John, New Mexico, Moscow, St. Petersburg, Aspen. So this is interesting because, if this is Sarah Kellen, it's interesting to note that these are all places that Epstein went between 2000 and 2003, right? Actually, like early 2003, right? Because Epstein's birthday was January, I think. Do I have that right? Let me just hang on now. Very quickly look this up. Yeah. So he was born January 20th. So this birthday book would have been 2003, January 20th-ish. So within the first 2 years of meeting Jeffrey Epstein, she's done all this. She's met Prince Andrew, President Clinton, Sultan of Brunei. Maybe she means Sultan bin Sulaim. Donald Trump, Antonio Verglas, Naomi Campbell, Stephanie Seymour, Peter Brandt, Kevin Spacey, Chris Tucker, Diana Ross, Michael Jackson, brilliant scientists, lawyers, and businessmen. I've flown on the Concorde, gone skydiving, taken a flying lesson, been scuba dive. What's scuba diving? Is that like naked scuba diving? Or is that just a typo? Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Parasailing, attended a Victoria's Secret fashion show. I feel like that one doesn't really belong on this list. Everything else is a lot more impressive. Oh, I met Bill Clinton. I went to the private quarters of Buckingham Palace. I also went to a Victoria's Secret fashion show. I guess, I don't know, maybe I just don't care that much. Sat on the Queen of England's throne, rode on a racetrack with Max Papis. Interesting. Interesting the racetrack thing there with Max Papis. Learned countless skills. We'll get back to the racing in a sec. Oh yeah, the Sultan of Brunei, right, when they went to Brunei as well. Jeffrey, there are no words to describe how much I appreciate and admire you. I believe you are the most extraordinary person I've ever met. Can't believe how lucky I am to become part of your life. What you've shown and taught me in 1 year is more than most people experience in a lifetime. What else can I say but B-U-T-T, thank you. Picture of Epstein reaching down her pants. Okay, now here is a photo that we have from the Epstein photo releases, unredacted. That's Sarah Kellen, and we can see that same photo with the face redaction right here. So once again, the guys didn't really do a good job redacting stuff, protecting victims. Which again, it is debatable whether or not, Oh, Max Papis connected to Oh, wait. Oh, really? Formula One, Flavio Briatore. Flavio Briatore was a Formula One guy? Interesting. I didn't even know that. That's crazy. I thought he was just like, Oh, yeah, okay, no. I'm looking him up. You know what? I must have had him confused with somebody else. Okay, he is a big Formula One guy. Yeah, that totally could be related to him. Yeah, there's a lot there that I don't really know about. Oh, you met Bill Clinton once? He was a customer at a place that you worked. He seemed like a drunkard, really. He was trying to promote that novel he wrote with James Patterson. Yeah. The President is Missing or whatever. I saw he has 2 novels out, I think, with James Patterson. Yeah, you think so? Okay. I think that's fair. I think that's a mature and fair way of looking at it. I'd say she's a victim no matter how many people someone recruited. I still consider them a victim. It doesn't excuse their recruiting. Oh, yes. I think that's fair, yeah. But I wanted to go a little bit into... Okay, yeah. So here's an email that I have. This is an email... Oh, God, hang on. We got to make this shorter so I can actually read it. This is an email she sent Epstein in 2015. So this is after stuff had been coming out. This is like, what would be January 2015. This is around the time that like Roger Stone's been talking about Jeffrey Epstein and a lot of people are trying to use Epstein as a way to go after Hillary Clinton and the Clintons. And there's been articles about it, Virginia Giuffre has been doing interviews about it for a few years now. Virginia Giuffre's time overlapped with Sarah Kellen, and she's mentioned Sarah Kellen, and people have looked into her. This is still early. Like, not a lot of people are talking about Jeffrey Epstein, but there have been articles. And so this is from Sarah Kellen, and she messages this to Jeffrey Epstein, January 2015. Just landed in New York. Will call as soon as I can. We are going to hire a PR firm to help with the latest articles. I also needed to hire a lawyer to make sure everything I say is okay, but I'm sick of not saying anything. I've written down a few thoughts on the plane. I'm sure it's too much info, but here's a first draft. So this is a public statement that Sarah Kellen wanted to make about her connections to Epstein. I vehemently deny any allegations that I helped procure prostitutes for Jeffrey Epstein. You can tell how earlier this is because of the language, like, still using the prostitutes, which is what the trial painted them as. In reality, these were like children, or young women who were being brought over under the pretense of you're going to give him a massage. So to call them prostitutes is ridiculous. I used to be an executive assistant who scheduled appointments for Mr. Epstein. Some of these appointments were for massages. Also, I should mention, this is right after she stopped working for Epstein. This is right. She's not working for Epstein anymore in 2015. I think she left in around 2013, which we'll get into in a second. I never had anyone complain to me that something untoward was happening, nor did I ever witness anything questionable take place. I had never seen any of these masseuses before until they arrived at the house of their own accord. They certainly did not look underage to me. I knew nothing about them. I never spoke to them other than to schedule massage appointments. I'm sorry if these women now regret their actions and professions, but I had nothing to do with it. That is definitely, do not put that in your statement. This is a first draft of, so, you know, if I was going to advise her on this, I'd be like, oh my God, definitely take out that part where you start blaming the victims here. I'm sorry if these women now regret their act. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh God. Definitely don't say that, Sarah Kellen. Sorry. I had to move around here a little bit. Where were we? Oh, there we go. I'm sure the allure of making millions off their regrettable decisions is enticing, especially when their lawyers are willing to work for free to make a name for themselves. So again, like blaming the victims here, I've been unfairly victimized by these Jane Does, whom I don't even know who they are. Their lawyers and by the media making up endless lies about me and making up outrageous allegations, all because I followed the advice of my lawyers to plead the fifth for every single question asked of me, even a question as simple as, what is your name? Yep, she did do that. During the trial, I plead the fifth on in a civil suit, which I was subpoenaed for. I was a young woman whom all of a sudden my name was caught up in something which I had no involvement in. I wanted nothing more than to answer all the questions asked of me by these unscrupulous lawyers, but felt it was best to follow the advice of my own lawyers to plead the fifth. What did I know about the legal system? So that's what I did, and I'm still paying the price 9 years later. I'm tired of allowing the media to abuse me to sell newspapers and not defending myself against it. Truly, I once worked for Jeffrey Epstein and lived in an apartment on Redacted. This is from Jmail, so it doesn't have the full, but the apartment is redacted. I started my interior design business in 2006 while also working for JE. Since I couldn't afford a separate office at that time, I used my home address for my business address. I no longer live at that address, nor have I conducted business from that address for many years. Okay. Yes, I changed my last name because I wanted to distance myself from family who disowned me over not being the same religion as them. So that's the Jehovah's Witness thing. The last name change, I think Mark referenced it as Kensington. I think she's had like a couple of different names over the years. But I changed my last name. I wanted to distance myself from my family who disowned me over not being the same religion as them. It was too painful for me to use the same last name as my parents and siblings who didn't want me up to be a part of their family anymore. If your family wasn't willing to speak to you over not wanting to be a Jehovah's Witness, would you want to keep the same last name as them? Yes, I was married once before to my first boyfriend when I was a 17-year-old woman. My family's religion didn't allow me to date, so getting married was the only way to have a normal relationship with a man. This lasted 4 years until he filed for divorce. Divorce is not allowed in the religion, thus the elders disfellowshipped me from the congregation. My family stopped speaking to me, and all my friends from childhood never spoke to me again. If the press can't even get these simple facts correct, how can we believe anything else they're writing about? So she sent this to Epstein. Hey, I'm going to post something like this. What do you think? And then he sent this to the Obama's fucking advisor, Kathy Rumler. He sent this to Kathy Rumler, Obama's advisor. This is while Obama is still in office, by the way. Obama's still president. He sends this thing of Sarah Kellen being like, I didn't know about the girls, okay? He sends it to Kathy Rumler and he says, she wants to send this, but I think no good comes of it. Thoughts? Don't know what Kathy Rumler replied, but I just wanted to say that is insane. That is insane. Yeah, 17-year-old woman, that's where the Epstein assistant starts coming out. Yeah, for real. I mean, yeah. And like, I do, I agree with, like what Mark is saying. Like, I think it's pretty clear that not Kathy Rumler, what's her name? Sarah Kellen was a victim of Epstein, and like she was, I think 20 or 21 when she met him. the timeline is a little bit confusing. I'm not sure if it was 2000, 2001, but when she met Epstein, she was like a divorcee. She was like in this like vulnerable position, right? She didn't have, her family had disowned her. She didn't have, friends. She didn't have a social circle at all. She'd been excommunicated by like her family and like her husband, everyone that she knew in life. She may not have been underage, but she was a very vulnerable person. And Epstein brought her into this world of like unfathomable wealth, like billionaire lifestyle. And it was like, I'm guessing that they were dating. It's a little bit hard to say, but like, or he made her feel like they were dating. And then pretty quickly she became one of his main assistants who's scheduling things, what she's often called, as I called her in the thumbnail to this video, she's often called the Epstein's sex scheduler, because she was scheduling so much of Epstein would have 3 massage appointments a day with these young girls. And we have all these notes that Sarah Kellen wrote, scheduling them, like returning messages, writing things in. And she says, in here, she says, I had no idea they were underage, but in the notes we see she's coming over after school. Oh, we are picking her up from the high school. Oh, we're doing, that just for her to say that she didn't know they're underage. I mean, some of them, like you see pictures of them, they're like young, they got braces. Like there's no, in my opinion, like, I don't think you can really make that argument. I mean, maybe it's unfair of me to say this. But also during Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, the judge found Sarah Kellen criminally responsible for Epstein's sex trafficking. Her name kept popping up over and over again, played an instrumental role in facilitating Jeffrey Epstein's sexual abuse of teenage girls. Multiple witnesses said during Ghislaine Maxwell's trial that Kellen played a similar role as Maxwell in Epstein's sex trafficking scheme. Starting in 2002, it says here, she worked in Epstein's office building on Manhattan's Upper East Side. Okay, so that's, I feel like the timeline here is a little bit confused. To me, maybe you can help me explain, Mark, because I don't quite get it. Because here's what I'm confused about, right? I'll get into it in a second. But okay, this says starting in 2002, she worked in Epstein's Manhattan office. She scheduled flights, arranged for his victims to be on them, also arranged massages up to 3 a day, where Epstein would rape his victims. One of the victims in the trial testified that on at least one occasion, Kellen took nude photos of her before a sexualized massage appointment with Epstein. Kellen's name came up again in court, addressing the scope of Maxwell's role. Who's this Nathan? The judge, Allison Nathan, when she sentenced Maxwell to 20 years in prison. She said that Epstein was a knowing participant in the criminal conspiracy, and she was a criminally responsible participant. A judge said that. It wasn't in the trial of Sarah Kellen, but it was during the sentencing of Ghislaine Maxwell. She's like, and by the way, Sarah Kellen also should be in jail too. Not that it's about that, but I'm just going to say it. Like, that seems like a big deal. The defendant was Epstein's number 2 after Maxwell. At some point, Kellen took over some of the defendant's duties, but even after that time, the defendant retained her leadership position as evidenced by Carolyn's testimony. And this is saying what she's photographed. But anyway, she did an interview with The Sun where she described herself as a victim of Epstein who was raped and abused weekly. But at a discussion at the Tuesday hearing for how to apply sentencing guidelines, Assistant U.S. Attorney Allison Moe said Kellen's involvement working for her and Epstein illustrated the criminal conspiracy's scope. So I don't know. You see how this is a little bit complicated, right? It's not as simple as somebody like Maxwell. When you look at the defendant's role in earlier years, she was doing things like calling victims and arranging for massage appointments. As the scheme shifted, they brought in another member of the scheme beneath them. The defendant remained a close associate. She was often traveling with them, often traveling with Kellen together. So as Kellen took on some of the tasks that were then delegated to a lower member of the conspiracy, the defendant was higher up in the leadership structure. Yeah. Okay. So here's where I'm getting a little confused, right? So this article, like according to the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, she was hired in 2002. Now that would make sense with the book here, the birthday book, where it says, you know, I was 22 years old when we met, so that would be 2001-ish. And then it says here, what you've shown and taught me in 1 year is more than most people experience in a lifetime. So this was 2003, so that would take it back to 2002, right? So that all matches up, right, with the 2002 thing, except in Virginia Giuffre's book, Nobody's Girl, she talks about this. She talks about Kellen. Now, Virginia was recruited in 2000 at some point while working as a locker room attendant in Mar-a-Lago. She was about 17, I believe. It's been a bit confusing, but I think we have figured out she was 17 at this time. Excuse me. She talks about Sarah Kellen quite a bit. I looked through her book to prepare for this, and I screenshotted probably too much, honestly. We probably don't need to read all of this, but this gives you another like look at Sarah Kellen's role within the organization. Now, this may have been before Sarah Kellen became the assistant to Epstein, but it seems like at this point that she was definitely a recruiter. Her job was to recruit girls, not just to schedule massage appointments. According to Virginia, she was one of the main recruiters, like second to only Ghislaine Maxwell. She's in this part of the book, she's talking about the relationship between Epstein and Maxwell. I'm going to skip over some of this. In social settings, Maxwell often appeared vivacious, entertaining, the life of the party. But in Epstein's household, she functioned more as a party planner. Oh, is that right, Mark? She was 16 and turned 17 shortly after being recruited. Okay, there you go. Maxwell functioned more as a party planner, scheduling and organizing the endless parade of girls who she and others, particularly Sarah Kellen, recruited to have sex with him. Now, I didn't screenshot this part, but Virginia also talks about how Epstein would sometimes he would have Sarah, sometimes he would just sexually assault Virginia, during their massage appointments. It would just be him and her. Sometimes he would bring in Ghislaine to do it with him. And, he'd bring in Ghislaine and he'd tell them to start making out or something. He'd want to watch them be sexual with one another. And sometimes he would do that with Sarah Kellen. He'd bring Sarah Kellen in and want them to be sexual with one another. She does talk about a time where Sarah Kellen started dancing for him, not during a massage appointment, just during the regular day. And Sarah Kellen ordered Virginia to join in and start dancing and whatever, join in this thing. And she talks about being furious at Sarah Kellen during that moment. So it's from Virginia's perspective, this does seem like something like Sarah Kellen was a little bit more than just scheduling appointments. She was participating in the abuse. Could she have been doing that while being abused herself? Yeah, that is possible. I'm trying to be a little bit careful here, but it's a little bit hard. Hopefully you guys can understand what I'm saying. This part is really, really important, I think. This is the part of the book where Virginia talks about becoming a recruiter herself, where she was told, I'll just read what it says here. Maxwell was seemingly beginning to trust me to some extent too, but that wasn't good news because it meant I was assigned a new job, recruiting girls for Epstein. So this is the sexual pyramid scheme that Epstein has built, where he gets these girls and each of these girls recruits more girls, and it just builds and builds and builds, and he's able to have these massage appointments 3 times a day with these underage girls. It's really intense. So the first time they did it was in the Caribbean. They're on LSJ, Epstein's Island, and they go over to St. Thomas, the nearby island, country. And they're strolling around when Epstein says to me and Kellen, to Virginia and Kellen, why don't you two hit the nightclub here and see if there's anyone interesting to bring back for the evening? Now, this part's interesting. Maxwell nodded her assent. I'd already been told his criteria. Recruits were preferably white, with wholesome girl next door looks that made them appear between 12 and 17 years old. No piercings, no tattoos, and definitely no call girls. But his key requirement other than looks was vulnerability. Recruits had to be enough on the edge, as Epstein and Maxwell put it, that they use this wording. Like we were looking for girls who were on the edge, vulnerable. They need to be enough on the edge that they would submit to sex in exchange for money. And this, just to kind of back off for a minute, while it does seem like Kellen was a major participant in this sort of recruiting thing, this is also I think what happened to her, right? She was on the edge. When she was found by Guylaine at this hotel what was she? A hotel hostess in a hotel restaurant. Okay, like a waitress, I guess, or a hostess, like the lowest job in the hotel restaurant. She gets scouted by Guylaine Maxwell. And she's on the edge. She's 20 years old. She's not underage, but she's vulnerable, and she was vulnerable. I do believe that's true. Anyway, so that night they went out. So Virginia tagged along with Kellen as she chatted up girls, floating from one stranger to another with ease, flirting. While we didn't find anyone suitable to take back to the island that night, I now knew the script that I would soon be using myself with shameful regularity. I work for a billionaire who has a taste for beautiful young girls. He has contacts in the acting, modeling, and art worlds, and he'd love to help you make your dreams come true. Come meet him. So Sarah Kellen here, according to Virginia, is pitching Epstein as this opportunity to he's going to make your dreams come true. Yes, I've heard this as well, Mark. I think she entered Epstein's orbit through the modeling industry, but I'm not sure. I've heard this as well. I've never seen any evidence of that, though. I'm skeptical. I think that this might be a thing where it's like a story that they like to tell. Like Nadia Marching Cope is the same way, right? Where it's like, oh, she was actually a runway model. She was this. She did all this modeling, and it's like, it's not really clear that was the case. It's not really clear that she ever did that. Maybe she was signed up to MC2 or something at some point, or Elite or Trump models or something like that. But a lot of times that's just as a excuse to bring someone over with an Einstein visa or whatever. So it's a little bit confusing. For months, I've been watching how Maxwell and Kellen constructed their pyramid-like recruitment scene in New York City. They reserved afternoons for hunting. Hunting is crazy. I wonder if they use that word to describe what they were doing, hunting. At 3 p.m. when the high schools let out, they'd be on the street looking for pretty girls to approach. It's so unbelievable to me for Sarah Kellen to be like, I didn't know they were underage. All I did was book appointments. It's like, no, I don't believe you. Maxwell particularly was amazing at sussing out what a particular girl might want or need, and she tailored her pitch for maximum appeal. After a girl visited Epstein for the first time, she'd be told she could make double the money if she brought a friend along next time. The incentive to lure another girl into the web was twofold. Not only would the procurer make $400 instead of the $200 she'd been paid the first time, but she'd usually avoid having to service Epstein herself since the new girl would satisfy him. Sorry, this is a little disturbing. But I wanted to read that whole thing because I find this is the most the most detail I've seen in what Epstein was looking for, who he targeted, how the recruiting worked. That Guylaine Maxwell and Sarah Kellen, at least during the time that Virginia was there, were the two best recruiters. She says Kellen entered the orbit in 2002. See, this is where I'm confused. Kellen's connected to a modeling photographer Epstein owned or had some sort of connection to the guy or magazine was connected to. Kellen and Nadia maybe told that to potential victims. Yeah, I could see that as well. It is confusing. So the timeline here is confusing too, because Virginia, she left Epstein's orbit in September 2002. So it's just a little weird to me, right? Because if Kellen joined, if she wasn't even part of Epstein's circle until let's say 2000, I think I'm looking at 2001, right? That makes sense with this book. 2003, right? Like she's been working. Oh, you know what? To say 1 year. So I guess this would be 2002. But that doesn't make any sense because like when Virginia's talking about it, it seems like Sarah Kellen is, by the time Virginia is there, you know, it seems like Sarah Kellen has been there for a while. You know what I mean? It seems like Sarah Kellen has been there for at least a year. But if she joined in 2002, the same year Virginia left, you know what I mean? Like, is it possible Virginia's thinking of someone else? Like maybe this is about Nadia Marchenkova or something like that. It's a little odd. You know, I guess it could be okay. Sarah Kellen, Adriana Muchinska, Leslie. I don't think it's Leslie Groff. I don't think Leslie Groff did like recruiting like that. That's just my understanding. I'm not sure. I don't think it was Cecilia. But yeah, so I'm a little confused. Yeah, maybe there's a distinction between knowing Epstein and officially working for him. Maybe Virginia's mistaken. Maybe the events concerning Kellen were later. Yeah. I've also heard, Maria Farmer say that, she says like, Sarah Kellen's even worse than Guylaine. She's way worse than Guylaine. But Maria Farmer was there in the 90s, like 94 or 95 kind of time. Like she would have been way earlier. So it must have been things that she had heard from other Epstein victims. Maybe as early as 2000. Like that's, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. So,
okay, I went
sorry, I'm a little bit confused. Okay, you got it. You got something? Oh, okay. Should I sort of want to, I kind of want to watch this right now, but it would be, this is potentially a, just unnecessary distraction. But okay, so Becca Day went into this, how he actually discovered his loyal recruiter. What does she say?
Far down the rabbit hole on Sarah Kellen. I know we've talked about her a lot, but I was specifically searching for how Sarah Kellen became a part of Jeffrey's orbit. And if you have not seen my past reporting on Sarah Kellen and other members of the Core 4,
Okay, we got the Core 4 here. We got, okay, so hang on. Let me see the transcript here. Oh, did my audio cut out? Sorry, what was that, babe? Sorry? Oh, double audio. What the fuck? Still double audio? Is it still double audio? Hang on. Check. It seems like the audio is good to me. Sorry, gang. Let me know if it's double. Is it still double audio? Oh, on the video. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, hang on. Let me fix that.
I have a whole playlist where you can go catch up on that. In a nutshell, Sarah Kellen was one of Jeffrey's core.
Okay, now it's good, I think. This is what the article we were looking at.
Female recruiters who worked for him and lived in his properties for many, many years. And this group of women, the Core 4 that Sarah Kellen was involved in, were all protected by Jeffrey's 2008 sweetheart deal, as it protected all.
Sorry, I'm just going to use the transcript here to skip ahead here. She was homeschooled in the Jehovah's Witness community, married another member of a church at 17. They'd only be married for about 2 or 3 years. It's in her thing, I think she said 4 years, but I don't know. Oh, that doesn't quite make sense, I don't think. Anyway, by 2000, they had divorced. It's been rumored she wanted to pursue modeling, why she divorced her husband and was cast out of Jehovah's Witness, but that's never been verified. Okay, yeah. That was my understanding as well. I'm skeptical about the modeling story. It's similar to like the way Trump talks about Melania, where he's like, she was a supermodel, she was a very big model, and she decided to marry me. And it's like, she was a commercial model. She was not a supermodel by any stretch of the imagination, you know. Nothing wrong with being a commercial model, but These guys like to talk it up. I think they like to have model girlfriends. Oh yeah, she's a model. Oh, she's a model. It's just like a natural brag. Anyway, this restraining order was filed back in 2000. Okay. There's a restraining order. Oh, really? Okay, so there's a restraining order against her. Oh, here's a snapshot. Okay. Oh, okay, that's him.
Free in 2002. Here's a screenshot from Robert Coelho's website. These are some of the brands that he's...
Okay, sorry, I thought those was photos of Sarah Kellen modeling. I was like, oh, really? Okay, here we go. Okay, I haven't seen this. So this is supposed to be Sarah Kellen in... So I guess she was maybe a model. Okay, well, here I go, eating my words immediately after saying them. This portfolio, a collection of photos called Art of Women.
Coelho came out with this like portfolio, this collection of photos called Art of Women, where Sarah Kellen is heavily featured. Here are some censored photographs of Sarah Kellen and another model that were shot by Robert Coelho back in the early 2000s. Sorry, the quality's not very good, but here is another photo of Sarah Kellen.
Is this early 2000s? Is it before she met Epstein?
That was taken by Robert for the Art of Women. Here's another one of Sarah Kellen. And then here's a screenshot from the Wayback Machine of a photo from the Art of Women being featured on a website called Strobe Models.
Okay, that's cool. I'm mostly, okay, that is genuinely interesting. So maybe, so it's, now it's saying in 2002, Jeffrey ordered and had a copy of the Art of Women by Robert Coelho that heavily featured Sarah Kellen shipped to his home just before Sarah Kellen would have began working for him. So she's saying that she didn't work for him until 2002. That's, wow. I mean, that can't be right. That can't be right. Because if his birthday's in January and she's already worked for him for at least a year at that point, right? So I think in January 2003, I think it must have been 2001. And maybe he ordered because she was already working for him and he was like, oh, you were in that? Let me buy a copy, you know? And that just doesn't work at all with, if she started working there in 2003, there's no way Virginia would have ever met her. Okay. All right. Anyway, okay. This is interesting. Yeah, I'll watch this some other time. But yeah, the timeline is a little bit confusing. Virginia, so, you know, obviously, like, I like Virginia a lot. I think that she's like super brave and inspirational, you know, RIP. She's amazing. Oh, interesting. Your theory is that they met in early 2000, a few months before Virginia, but didn't start working for him officially as an assistant until 2002. That makes sense, where it's like, she meets him and is doing this recruiting for him, right? But isn't his assistant like scheduling shit. That makes sense with Virginia's story as well. It's just a little bit weird because, yeah, I mean, let's do a little bit of math. Sorry, this is not that important, but I want to get this right. Before Jeffrey, I was a 22-year-old divorcee working as a hostess in a hotel restaurant. Now, how old's she? We can figure this out, I'm sure. When was she born? Sarah Kellen age. Whoops. Sarah Kellen age. 1979. Okay, so in 2009, she would have been... Sorry, in 1999, she would have been 20. In 2001, she would have been 22. Okay, we don't know exactly when in the year she's born or whatever, but let's say 2001, she would have been 22. So if she met him in, where were we? Oh, right. Sorry, hang on. Oh, I'm confused. I thought we were still on this. No, we're over here. Don't mind me, I'm just talking to myself. If she met him when she was 22, that would be about 2001. Anyway, so we're kind of splitting the difference here. In any case, I like the theory that Mark has that they, at first she was just recruiting and then became an assistant of his in 2002 or 2003. She became officially working for him. I think that's right. Yeah. There's working for him and getting a paycheck as an assistant that you have to do withholding and report to the IRS. Yeah. I think you're right. I think that's a good call. But Virginia, like she talks about her quite a bit. She talks about recruiting. A lot of girls did recruiting for Epstein. It's unfortunate, but it's understandable. You can understand being in this situation where you're extremely vulnerable. So here's how Virginia talks about it. Just so you can understand maybe the headspace of somebody who's put in this situation. I began to do the worst thing I've ever done in my life. I drafted other girls into Epstein's sickening world. I knew it was wrong, but I rationalized my behavior by telling myself that at least I leveled with the girls I approached. Unlike Kellen, whose pitch made an encounter with Epstein seem not just lucrative, but fun, I warned each potential recruit that they'd have to strip naked during the massage and that the rich man they'd be servicing could sometimes expect more intimate physical contact. But the fact that I issued warnings doesn't diminish the ugly truth. When I targeted girls who were hungry or poor, I knew I was exploiting their vulnerabilities. I stooped so low that I even brought Epstein a few friends of mine to abuse. No one ever turned me down. My friends had seen my nice apartment, and those who said yes, I think, wanted to believe servicing Epstein would be easy money. But again, that's no excuse. I targeted girls who said yes. That I targeted girls who said yes only proves how good I'd become at spotting those who were the neediest. The faces of girls I recruited will always haunt me. I know their pain, and I will never get over playing a role in causing it. Anyway, I feel like that's I feel like that's a good. I mean, even though it mentions Sarah Kellen and she's sort of rationalizing what she's doing by being like, "Oh, I'm not as bad as Sarah Kellen." Like, I think that's sort of I don't know. At the end of the day, as she says here, it's like, still though, I was doing that. And you can imagine being in a position like this and being kind of in a circumstance where you just have to do this. This is a thing where you're like, okay, I guess I have to do this. And another thing, and here's another thing here. Oh, sorry. Another quote from Virginia. Man, am I going to end up reading this whole thing? Probably. Whoops. But this is when Maxwell is sort of like warning Virginia, being like, by the way, you're not going to be 17 forever. So maybe think about like getting better at like recruiting or being an assistant, because that's how you can stay in this world after you become too old to be attractive to Epstein. In the context of Epstein's world, if I wanted to glimpse my future, all I had to do was look at Sarah Kellen. And this is interesting. For a few years before I'd met her, she'd serviced Epstein sexually, or so I'd been told. And now that can't be right? That can't be right with this timeline. But as she entered into her early 20s, she'd aged out and was forced into a new phase of servitude recruiting others. But it does make sense that that's what Virginia would think, because unlike a lot of Epstein's other assistants, like Nadia Marcinkova, for example, Sarah Kellen already was kind of aged out when she started working with Epstein. My worry was if I stayed with Epstein and Maxwell much longer, I'd soon be like Kellen, responsible for luring an unending parade of young girls into a situation I knew would damage them forever. And then this is the asterisk there says, Kellen would later claim that she too was a victim of Epstein's, but at Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, Kellen was identified by victims as having booked them for massages with Epstein. We talked about that. Now this is interesting. This is in 2008, Epstein made an unprecedented plea deal. As part of that deal, the government agreed not to punish his associates and conspirators, both unnamed and named, a list that included Sarah Kellen, Nadia Marcinkova, and Leslie Groff and Adriana Ross. So this is the non-prosecution agreement, one of the most bizarre things ever. But like specifically with regards to Epstein, here it is, the non-prosecution agreement. And this is like, okay, if Epstein agrees to plead guilty to a state charge of whatever, state charge of soliciting prostitution. Like, so many things are weird about this. In consideration of Epstein's agreement to plead guilty and to provide compensation in the manner described above, if Epstein successfully fulfills all the terms and conditions of this agreement, the United States also agrees it will not institute any criminal charges against any potential co-conspirators of Epstein. What the fuck? Including, but not limited to, Sarah Kellen, Adriana Ross, Leslie Groff, or Nadia Marchinkova. What the fuck is that? You know how in like, you know, in a lot of, in movies and stuff, soliciting prostitution and procuring a minor for prostitution. These two state charges. They're not like national charges or anything. They're state charges. Yeah, I like, are there any examples of an agreement like this where it's like, because there are examples where it's like, all right, like, you know, they've got a guy dead to rights, right? You know, sort of like in the Epstein's case, like, we've got you dead to rights. We have so many witnesses. We have photographs. We have, you wrote notes about your fucking criminal conspiracy. We've got all this stuff. We know what you were doing. We're 100% sure of it. But if you tell us about other people who were involved higher up than you in the chain, and give us information where we can go after them. Like, it's like, you always see it in like cop shows, right? When they're trying to go after the mob, and they're like, okay, we got some of his fucking capos, but we want to get the Don. You know what I mean? So it's like, in this case, it's like the opposite. It's like, okay, if you plead guilty to this and we let you off with this minor offense, we promise not to go after these other people. Like, what that is so weird. That is so weird. And the weirdest thing, maybe not the weirdest thing, but one other weird thing is that it doesn't mention Guylaine, right? Guylaine isn't even in here. Although it does, she could be counted in here. It's including but not limited to. It will not institute any criminal charges against any potential co-conspirators of Epstein, including but not limited to. It's almost more of a dick move to put their name in this weird ass document, because then it's like, what the fuck? Who are these guys? You know? Like, to be like, specifically don't go after them, but also don't go after anybody, you know? Like, why even name them? I'm weird. I am so weird about this. It's odd. It's odd. But anyway, now I want to talk about this thing. This is from, I did have some stuff also I got from Relentless Pursuit by Brad Edwards. These are probably the best 3 books, by the way, to learn about Jeffrey Epstein, in my opinion. There's so many books about the guy, but Perversion of Justice by Julie K. Brown. She's the one who like originally broke the story, or not originally, but made it into a big thing in 2018 with this series for Miami Herald. Relentless Pursuit by Brad Edwards, who was the lawyer for Epstein's victims, and Nobody's Girl by Virginia. These books have, like, I think the best information, but here's Brad Edwards' thing here. And I think I really wanted to put here, when they were looking at the phone messages, which were stolen by Alfredo Rodriguez in 2005, they saw messages taken by Epstein's various assistants, including Sarah Kellen and Nadia Marchinkova. Someone named Ghislaine Maxwell also took messages. You can tell it's early in the investigation when they found this. Someone named Ghislaine Maxwell. That's funny. And they had all these messages from people: Donald Trump, David Copperfield, etc., Sandy Berger, Jean-Luc Brunel. Aside from famous people calling for Jeffrey, there were many messages from girls. Girls like Courtney, Lynn, Molly, Holly, and Rebecca would call with messages such as, "Has girl for tonight," or "Wondering if she can work tomorrow." At least 3 girls a day were scheduled to go to his house, sometimes with little time between appointments. Sarah Kellen, for instance, left a message scheduling one girl to come at 3 o'clock and the next to arrive at 4:30. This is interesting, but that's not really interesting for what we're doing here. Not really super relevant. So just showing how involved Kellen was. And I think we can say it's bullshit that, the whole thing that she didn't know. Yeah, still interested in Sandy Berger. That is interesting. Trump is interesting because while he was a regular caller, according to Rodriguez, he was only on 2 message pads, both presumably related to the property auction. Yeah, I mean, like, this is the message pad stolen from 2005, and Trump and Epstein had their falling out in 2004, right? Like, they fell out before that, so it makes sense that he wasn't on there a lot. But yeah, it's interesting. The regular callers included Donald Trump. Anyway, and this is about Kellen visiting Epstein in prison. The logs of visitors in and out of the Palm Beach County Jail. the person who visited him the most, Epstein's female assistants, Sarah Kellen and Nadia Marchinkova, were frequent visitors according to the jail logs. Kellen dated and later lived with this guy, Story Cowles, who was the person who visited Epstein the most in prison, more than 100 times. Listed himself as a paralegal, but really just seemed to be a babysitter hired by Goldberger to keep Epstein company. Interesting. Yeah, also, I think it was Adriana Ross who stopped working with Epstein after he got arrested in around 2008 or so. Same with Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, she was still connected. They were like very close friends aside from being business partners, but she left Epstein's like close orbit around 2004. But Graf, Marchinkova, and Sarah Kellen, they stuck around after his trial. So it's weird. It's weird for her to be like, I had no idea. These girls didn't look underage to me. I didn't think anything was going on. Right? Now, here's and this is according to Julie Brown, again, like one of the more reliable voices on this. Kellen, who dated and later lived with Cowles, continued to work for Epstein until she married race car driver Brian Vickers in 2013. Let's talk about this for a little bit. So here's Sarah Kellen and race car driver Brian Vickers, okay? An athlete. Or is that athlete? Yeah, no, yeah. He's a NASCAR racer. He's a NASCAR driver guy. What a cool looking dude. And here is just like some stuff about him. I find him kind of funny. He does seem to be, so here's like a photo that was redacted in the Epstein, DOJ releases, and here's an unredacted version of it. That's him. He's holding up a photo of Sarah Kellen, and I don't know who that is. Who's that other person? Who's that other lady? Anybody recognize her? Any of you Epheads know who this is? He's holding up a photo. Maybe this was like a email attachment or something. I don't know where this photo came from, but it was in the Epstein DOJ releases. No idea who this person is. Weird. He seems like a very simple man. Okay, he seems like a simple guy. It seems like a guy. I'm surprised that he's friends with Epstein, but here he is with. This is another photo from the Epstein file leaks. This is him with Epstein's childhood friend, Warren Eisenstein. Eisenstein? Yeah, Eisenstein. However you say it. This is a childhood friend of Jeffrey Epstein's. It looks like at a NASCAR track with it. Like he went there for his birthday or something like that. I don't know. Let's see. So he was obviously a connection of Epstein's who was like, whatever, meeting up with him. I tried looking into his relationship. Let me just quickly get past the age gate here on the DOJ website. I tried looking into his interactions with Epstein, and they're all very funny. They're all very funny. Here's one where he sends him something. Brian Vickers sends Epstein something, and Epstein goes, Brian, sorry, this email is for business use. And he goes, understood, all the best. And then he messages Epstein again, I'll save this for later. Wink. Lol. Wait, this was sent? Yeah. This is the order it was sent in, by the way. He's like, Brian, please. It's for business use. Okay, I'll save this for later. Wink. He's very, I mean, like, I don't know, not to be mean, but he has a very different tone than a lot of the like academic, like whatever, scientists who send him stuff. Here's a message he sent to Epstein. Subject, wow. And it's from, I believe, this is like the Playboy website, and it's just Sexy Legs 14 is the name of the image he's sending him. Wow. This is 2012, by the way. He sends this to Epstein. And recall, he and Epstein's assistant get married in 2013. Here's one. He sent this to Epstein. Subject, smiley face, ... lol. And it's this. Every time you masturbate, God kills a kitten. And he sends it to Epstein with his business, like, Brian Vickers, Requiro Scientia, LLC. And this one's the weirdest one, because Brian Vickers sends him this. And then Epstein forwards it. Epstein forwards it without commentary. Oh, geez, hang on. Oof, sometimes this happens. Yeah, there we go. Epstein forwards it without any comments to his other friend, Sultan bin Sulayem. He forwards it forward. Male fairy tale. So here's the male fairy tale that Brian Vickers sent to Epstein. And it looks like an email forward. Yeah, begin forwarded message. So this was also sent. Okay, so Brian Vickers found this email, sent it to Epstein because he thought he'd like it, and then Epstein sent it to his friend Sultan. Oh yeah, what's Vickers LLC for? Selling NASCAR merch? I'm not sure. I looked it up. I couldn't find anything specific about it at all. Once upon a time, so this is what he sent to Epstein. Once upon a time, a prince asked a beautiful princess, "Will you marry me?" The princess said no, and the prince lived happily ever after and rode motorcycles and fucked skinny, big-titted broads and hunted and raced cars and went to naked bars and dated women half his age and drank whiskey, beer, and Captain Morgan, never heard bitching, never paid child support or alimony, and ate the pussies and ass fucked cheerleader. Oh, I'm actually not sure how to scan this sentence. Ate the pussies. Is it supposed to be ate the pussies and ass, comma, fucked cheerleaders, or I want to consider both possibilities. Or is it ate the pussies, comma, and ass fucked cheerleaders? See, this is why punctuation is important. Anyway, and kept his house and guns and never got cheated on while he was at work, and all his friends and family thought he was fucking cool as hell and had tons of money in the bank and left the toilet seat up, ... The end. And that was in 2012, again, a year before he marries Epstein's assistant. So I don't know what's going on with him, but here's an article about how alleged, this is from New York Post, alleged Jeffrey Epstein recruiter is reportedly a horrible neighbor. So this is from, when was this? This is from 2021. Jeffrey Epstein's alleged sex slave recruiter Sarah Kellen and her NASCAR driver husband Brian Vickers have caused misery at celebrity condominium in Soho, according to neighbors who complain of their endless apartment renovation. I'm skipping over all this stuff about Epstein. So they live in this luxury building that was once home to Lindsay Lohan. The couple lives in the 3-bedroom, $10 million penthouse of the Mercer Green building, where Vickers is president of the condo board. Okay, cool. Would love to see the emails he sends to the other members of the condo board. The 14 apartments are above ground floor retail space that once housed the Ivanka Trump boutique and is now designer Brett Johnson's U.S. flagship store. The building's been plagued by constant construction work for years, dating back to before Vickers became president in 2015, and residents complain about the costs and inconvenience. Oh, that's still sad for you. I mean, I would be pissed if they were, tenants in like low, whatever, dealing with a slumlord, but I can't bring myself to have sympathy for these people. Maybe that's a failing of me. Over the last few years, homeowners have had to contend with the interior and exterior improvements. And it's crazy that there's a little Trump connection too, eh? So this is the apartment. It's right over top of retail space. All these millionaires. This is pretty much the same thing over and over again. No, they don't like repairs. The high cost of repairs appears to be driving people out of the building. Is your resale value going down? That sucks. The property value? Okay. In recent years, little has been seen of Kellen, who reappeared in New York after Maxwell's arrest in July. It left some residents to wonder if Kellen will testify against Maxwell at her trial. Maxwell has denied recruiting young girls for Epstein's sex abuse network. Here's Sarah Kellen and Epstein on LSJ. They're definitely not in hiding, the source said to us. Sarah Ransom. Oh, okay. This is important too. Sarah Ransom alleged in court testimony it was Ghislaine and Sarah Kellen that showed me how to please Jeffrey. And this is good. Is this right? This doesn't seem right. Kellen started working for Epstein when she was around 18 years old and continued for at least a decade before moving to Hawaii after his 2008 jailing. That is all wrong. I'm pretty sure that timeline is completely off. This is from 2021. So yeah, anyway. So yeah, there's the there's a thing. Brian Vickers is the type of guy to be bordering 50, still going to frat parties while his wife and kids are at home by themselves. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's pretty interesting. All right. So anyway, that's our little deep dive into Sarah Kellen's background. You know, she is a complicated figure, right? Like, she is a victim of Epstein, but I don't think that excuses her complicity in this. You know, she's living with Epstein long after she needs to. She has enough money at that point. You know, before 2013, she could have left. You know, she could have, like, maybe like she was ambitious. She had ambition where she was like, no. I need to really be up there. I need to be like, whatever. I need to marry a celebrity, or I need to have enough money where I can afford these massive penthouse apartments above the Ivanka Trump store. I need to continue to live this life. But she had enough money, like, long before that she could have left. And so I cannot be purely sympathetic. Now, and this changes it again. This is from her testimony here. Kellen told lawmakers she was 20, broke, recently divorced, and living alone in Hawaii after being cut off from her Jehovah's Witness community when she met Epstein. 20 now. She was 20. So that actually puts it 2 years earlier. So that would put it in 2000 or even earlier, to 1999 or so when she met him. But why did she say 22 in her? Is it just this one page that's making me so confused? Is it just that? That would kind of fix everything. Yeah, Epstein really did her wrong. Kellen stayed by his side for so long only to be set up with an immature NASCAR driver instead of a billionaire. Yeah. Other people, like, he sets up like Ava Anderson with like this hedge fund billionaire guy, you know, all these other people. He sets up like Melania Trump and Donald Trump, and he sets up Libet Johnson, Frederick Fekkai. He sets up all these people. And then for his fucking assistant who's done all this recruiting for him, like gotten him all of these like underage girls and stuck with him after the fucking prison sentence, visited him in jail, all this shit. And after all that, he's like, maybe you'll like this guy that sends me these lame ass email forwards. I don't know. Do you like this meme that says God kills a kitten every time you masturbate? Is that kind of funny? Maybe you'll like it. You know, really, she really got the dregs, the bottom of the barrel. So yeah, there was a bunch of articles that came out after the thing. They're like, she's revealed 3 new names that we'd never heard before. And no, it's like the names have not been released. Well, our old friend Tara Palmieri, who did probably the best Epstein podcast, what was it called? Broken, Jeffrey Epstein story, something like that. Season 2 is where she went around with Virginia Giuffre and like tried to like kind of interview a bunch of people who were working with Epstein. Anyway, so good. But she somehow got her hands on the names of the 3 guys. So we have them. So I don't know if this means, I think Finland was asking earlier, Finland was saying, do we know that, did she name anyone else that we didn't know before? And that's a good question, because like we know she named 3 new guys who hadn't been named before, but I'll be so interested to see, because I will read the deposition when it comes out. I'll be so interested to see if she confirms any names that we already had. But she named 3 guys according to I think. Oh wait, what's this? Yeah, James Comer. I believe it was James Comer. Yeah, he said that he was like the Republican Congress guy who I think he conducted the interview or something, or anyway, I don't really know. But I believe he said like this was the most helpful deposition we've done yet. Like, this is way more helpful, in other words, than like the Clinton deposition or the Les Wexner deposition or the Ghislaine Maxwell deposition. I actually thought the Ghislaine Maxwell deposition, I know there was a lot of bullshit there, but we learned a lot. We learned a lot from that deposition. So if it's more useful than the Ghislaine Maxwell deposition, I'm so curious to really dig into it. But so here are the names, guys. She named celebrity hairstylist Frederick Fekkai, former Miami Beach former Miami Beach mayor Philip Levine, and the deceased fashion photographer Patrick Demarchelier. Not sure how you say that. Demarchelier, two sources with knowledge of her closed-door testimony told me. All three men appear in the Epstein files and were known associates of the dead and disgraced financier. All right. And interesting that it seems like the committee is sort of painting her as called the witness brave for agreeing to appear. Yeah. All right. So I got some stuff here. So I'll start with the least surprising one, Frederick Fekkai. Now this name, if you've been watching the Chill Goblin extra Chill Goblin show for a while, this name will not be new to you. This is Frederick Fekkai. He is involved in the, let me actually pull it up. Melania. Let me quickly go here. He is involved in the tangled web of marriages and connections, around Epstein that includes Melania Trump and Donald Trump. All right. So Melania Trump is best friends with, where is she? Oh, did I not? Oh, man. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't actually connect her, I guess. But Melania Trump is best friends with this woman, Suzanne Urcha, who married this guy, Woody Johnson, who's the head of the, I don't know, he's the heir to the Johnson & Johnson family fortune. And his sister, Libet Johnson, right here, was married to one of Epstein's best friends, Frederick Fekkai. Okay, so there's that. And here's Donald Trump, Melania Trump, Woody Johnson, and Suzanne Johnson all hanging out. Like, they hang out a lot. Like, Suzanne is known as being like Melania Trump's best friend. Like, so many people have said this. Yeah. So anyway, there's a whole fucking tangled web we could go more into, but Frederick Fekkai has been known. Another time that we've talked about him was during Ghislaine Maxwell's deposition, which, like I said, actually pretty helpful. And I do have this one. Where was it? Here. Ghislaine Maxwell told Todd Blanche during her deposition. Oh, here it is. You asked me about the names. I have some names. I just want to give you some context for the names as well. So we talked about Elizabeth Johnson yesterday. She tells Todd Blanche. Ghislaine, she had a boyfriend, and he was Frederick Fekkai, the hairdresser. And he and Epstein were friendly, very friendly. And then what time period are you talking about? Well, I think the 2000s, actually, for that. Sorry. I always forget to do this. Let me start doing my Ghislaine Maxwell voice. I think the 2000s, actually, for that. You can date that because it was from when I think he probably knew Frederick before he dated Elizabeth. And when you say they were very friendly, did they travel together? I don't know if they traveled together. I mean, Epstein didn't go out very much. He did go out, but not. And sometimes if he did, I think he would go out and maybe see Frederick. And then there was, he had a bunch of guys that I would know that he would see or meet, but he really, I guess now, so he had new friends. I don't know, but anyway. So she seems to be saying, like, by the way, like, Frederick Fekkai was a close friend of Epstein's during the 2000s. So here's some photos that are in the Epstein files. We've got Jeffrey Epstein, who you may have heard of. Here's Frederick Fekkai, and here are a bunch of redacted girls around them. Here's another photo of that photo. Here's a photo of Frederick Fekkai and some random other thing. Here's Frederick Fekkai's listed in Epstein's contact book. Tons of phone numbers. Like, this is somebody that he knew well. A few of them are to his salon. Remember, he's a hairdresser. And over here, we have a clip from a interview with, what's her name? Schoberg, another victim of Epstein's. And she says, oh, did he hear you talking on the phone about Frederick Fekkai? What did you hear? I heard him call someone, Epstein. I heard Epstein call someone and say, Fekkai is in Hawaii. Can we find some girls for him? And what was your reaction to that? Well, I was massaging and I didn't have a reaction. I tried to remain reactionless the whole 5 years. Okay, so Epstein was trying to find girls for Frederick Fekkai. And one other thing we know about Frederick Fekkai, oh geez, I gotta make this one real skinny. Epstein used New York City's Fekkai Salon for himself, his girls, and Obama advisor Kathy Rumler. Good question. Did Fekkai get circled in the Black Book? No. His name was not circled by Alfredo Rodriguez, who, you know, circled the names of people that he thought Brad Edwards should look into. He thought that they knew about the abuse, basically. So, you know, if he did participate in the abuse, as Sarah Kellen says, Alfredo didn't know about it, or he just missed his name when he was going through it, circling names. So that's worthy of note. But yes, this is interesting here. So Epstein, just before Valentine's Day 2016, Kathy Rumler penciled in a trio of pampering treatments: a $500 massage at the Mandarin Oriental, a $340 facial in Soho, and a $95 blowout at New York's elite Fekkai Salon, all on Jeffrey Epstein's dime. Crazy. Fucking crazy. So she was back in Fekkai 2 weeks later for $660 cut and color from Fekkai. Once again, Epstein wanted to pay. Trust me, it makes him happy to make you happy, smiley face, wrote Leslie Groff, then assistant to the disgraced financier. So nuts. Okay. By Epstein standards, the hair appointments were a modest perk. After all, he sent close friends Apple Watches, cashmere sweaters, and designer handbags. I mean, $660 cut and color. You can get an Apple Watch for less than that, can't you? Or maybe I don't know. I never bought one of those. So this is a article about he would constantly send his victims and his associates and his models and stuff, people who he'd be hiring, and his assistants like Sarah Kellen and whatnot, to this elite salon. Like, so this was like someone he was in with all the way up until Epstein's death. Payments to Fekkai Salon in Manhattan and another in Palm Beach. So Fekkai had a salon in Manhattan and Palm Beach. Oh man, that's perfect too. Epstein's two main properties spanned more than 15 years until shortly before Epstein's death in 2019, with some treatments causing upward of $500 apiece. Hi girls, I'm trying to figure out who went to Fekkai on March 14th for blowout and braids, and on March 25th for coloring and cut. Please help. So it's just they're trying to organize this all. Epstein's personal ties to the business founders business's founder. Oh, that's why I'm getting confused. Personal ties to the business's founder appear to predate the financier's 2008 conviction for soliciting prostitution with a minor. In an interview last year with DOJ, Ghislaine Maxwell described Fekkai and Epstein's very friendly during the 2000s. Fekkai previously acknowledged he flew on Epstein's private plane around that time. He was like, oh, yeah, I knew him. I don't know how Fekkai talks. I'm just going with this. Oh, yeah, I knew him. We hung out a few times. And then we got the emails and it was like, oh, no, you guys were in contact a lot. Fekkai requested time with his own masseuse in Epstein's massage room. On at least 3 occasions, he also asked to use or stay at 301 East 66th Street, an apartment block where Epstein reportedly housed connections and some of his victims. One former employee at the New York City salon said young women would often say they were Epstein's family friends when showing up for appointments with his name on the books. The person asked not to be identified because they work in a related industry. Oh, geez. Women would sometimes sit on Epstein's lap and stroke his hair during his own visits to the salon, the Daily Beast reported in 2019. Jesus Christ. Many documents show people asking Epstein for permission or expressing thanks for appointments. As in looking forward to see you, want to ask you for visiting Frederick Fekkai. Kisses, said one person whose name was redacted, who probably did not speak English as a first language, asked Epstein in 2009. He agreed to the appointment. "You are the best," the individual replied. 12 exclamation marks. Other interactions show how quickly the benefits ground to a halt when Epstein didn't feel he was getting enough in return. "Jeffrey, do you think your hairdresser can cut my hair for free or with a big discount?" the individual asked. "You always find it easy to ask, but give nothing." "Sorry," Epstein said. The person replied, "You want me to introduce you to a young, beautiful Russian model, right?" That's how it worked. Anyway, right at the end of Epstein's life in early 2019, all of these, this is crazy too. I guess technically Les Wexner, one of Epstein's early contacts, owned all of the Fakai salons, and he closed all branches as the storied brand languished. Within months of the salon's relocation, some stylists, including Epstein's main barber, had jumped ship. As the news of their departure spread, Kathy Rumler, Obama's advisor, sent one of Epstein's assistants an email with the subject line, "Crisis. Patrick and Hubert left Fakai," she wrote. "I'm in shock," Epstein's assistant replied in a message sent about 4 months before the financier's death. "I will pass along to Jeffrey. Sounds like we'll be heading to a new salon." Yep, Epstein was headed to the great salon in the sky. Or, well, maybe not in the sky, but yeah, he did have to find a new salon shortly after that. The prison salon. But anyway, so there's Frederick Fakai. We already had a bunch of stuff, including like this testimony where Epstein was trying to find girls for him. But now we actually have somebody saying, yes, I was assaulted by Frederick Fakai. Hang on. Does it say that in here? I think it does. Oh, that's interesting. This is from the Tara Palmieri article. Reached by phone, Fakai's ex-wife Elizabeth, I assume that has to be Elizabeth Johnson, Libet Johnson, said, "There's no fucking way. He's a lot of things, but he's not abusive." Why would a person who's not that kind of personality, why would a person with that kind of personality take Epstein girls? Okay, what? Fakai styled the hair of many prominent women, including Hillary Clinton. Wow. Okay. We've also got this dude here, Philip Levine. Ehud Barak said he went to Miami with one of Epstein's masseuses. Really? Brunel he mentioned as a scout. Oh, interesting. Oh, Libet Johnson's dead? Oh, okay. So he married another girl named Elizabeth. Okay, there you go. That makes sense. That would be crazy if it was her. Is that right? Some of his reasoning behind the circling were not really groundbreaking for Trump and Wexner. It was basically just based on them calling Epstein. Really? Okay, that's interesting. I thought there was more to it than that. Monday Boom Boom? Yeah. Who knows? Yeah. That was a Prince Andrew thing, right? It says in here. In a November 2010 email to Fakai, Epstein asked former Prince Andrew at his Monday Boom Boom, referring to a party for Fakai at the Standard Hotel's exclusive club, the Boom Boom Room. Oh, okay. Monday Boom Boom. All right. Weird. So here's Philip Levine, the other guy. Oh, Rodriguez said that about Barack. What? That? Oh, people visiting. Barack, he said, went to Miami with one of Epstein's masseuses. Oh, okay. Brunel, he mentioned as a scout. Okay, sorry. I got a little confused there. Probably more to it, but that's what he said. Okay, interesting. Yeah, having a child trafficker and slave owner be the namesake of a children's hospital is super yikesy. Yeah, no, for sure. Wait, who are you talking about? Epstein? Is there an Epstein Children's Hospital? Or someone else? Fakai? Wexner? Who you mean? Who are you talking about? But yeah, so here's Philip Levine. All these relatively small fry guys. I mean, Fakai is like very famous. If you in the world of, I don't know, people who care about that sort of thing, like people know Frederick Fakai. He's massive. He's like one of the most famous hairstylists. You know, Philip Levine. He's like a businessman / politician. As well, right? Here's a photo of Philip Levine with Ghislaine Maxwell and Yanis Chandris, another Epstein connection. And we've got a bunch of emails. Oh, here he is in the address book. And we've got some kind of, yeah. So here's from this is also from the Ghislaine Maxwell interview with Todd Blanche. Then after that, I had a good friend of mine that was the mayor, known to be the mayor of Miami Beach, Philip Levine. And Philip and the president were very, very good friends. And Philip was and I were very good friends. And so I actually was introduced to the president post his coming out of the White House and became friendly with him because of Philip Levine. Because of what? Philip Levine. So this is like kind of what a big deal Philip Levine is. He was friends with Clinton. And he, according to Ghislaine, she met Clinton through Philip Levine. All right, this is a big deal. And here is this is in 2009. This is a texts between Epstein and Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of whatever, Prince Andrew's ex-wife. And she's texting Epstein, where and when can I call today? I'm going to try and do a different accent, even though I want to do the same one that I do for Ghislaine. It's my posh British accent. Maybe I'll give her more of like a Cockney accent. I don't even know how she talks. Where and when can I call today? Sorry, that was Epstein that said that. Where and when can I call today? Was a lawyer's mind looking into the trademark of Mother's Army, please? Already done. Where are you? In Miami. What number shall I call you on now? I stay at Philip Levine house with the girls. I'm aiming to get you for 12:30 for lunch. Does that suit? No, thank you. As I made Philip give us this car and a backup one for the policeman. What address shall we come to? It will be myself, Beatrice, and Eugenie. Are we having lunch? Okay, I got to work on that one. But yeah, so she stayed at Philip Levine's house and borrowed his car. I like how she puts this. As I made Philip give us his car and a backup one for the policeman. What the hell? Who are you? You show up at this guy's house and you didn't ask him for the car. You make him give you his car and a backup one. Okay, this guy's got a lot of cars, I guess. But yeah, and then we've got some emails. There's actually a bunch of emails that are pretty cringe between him and Ghislaine. October 2001. Okay, so this is in her. So Ghislaine Maxwell messages Phil Levine. Polyp, FYI, I don't know if Polyp, was that like her nickname for him? Lindsay Cranes called me today. Do you think I should call pre or post your breakfast? This is apparently like a girl he was going to date. And then he goes, call her pre, but don't tell her that you know we are having breakfast, 3 exclamation marks. Just tell her that the rumor is that I am hung like a horse. Excuse me. Not a rumor, 3 exclamation marks. Ghislaine Maxwell, please, promises. Generally speaking, I like to verify all info I give out. Ghislaine Maxwell, geeks. So this would imply that Ghislaine Maxwell has not seen his penis in January 1st, 2002. Wait, what? That's a huge gap in between these two things. Can this even be right? I think I gotta check out the original. Sometimes these things are just so, the AI or whatever they use for these are so wrong. Yeah, no, this is definitely wrong. Oh yeah, look at the year too. January 1st, year 4501. God, Gmail, it's so useful for some things, but I do hate all the vibe coding. I feel like it's getting worse. They're adding more AI into it, and now they have AI. Some of the emails have like AI summaries at the top that are like just so confusing because it's not in like a separate section. It'll just be like, sometimes it'll be like halfway through the email. Anyway, so yeah. But there's a few references to him being hung like a horse in the emails, him talking to Ghislaine. 4501 was a good year. Yeah. Epstein's Irish? Okay. I gotta work on my. I want to give him like a Woody Allen voice, but I don't really have a good Woody Allen impression. I gotta rewatch some of the Woody Allen movies for research. Okay, so these two guys, Philip Levine and Frederick Furkai, what's her name? Sarah Kellen. She says that they sexually assaulted her, that she was like trafficked to them, basically, that they forced her to, have sex. I mean, I don't need to spell it out. That is what she is alleging. This third guy, this dude down here, this handsome devil, Patrick Demarchelier, is a photographer, famous fashion photographer, also in the modeling world. She alleges that he exposed himself to her. So, different levels here. Fergie sent Epstein a personal email congratulating him on his son's birth. That's true. Yeah, maybe we'll talk about that more in a minute. But here's Patrick Demarchelier, and I haven't seen him. So I think Mark, you said that you've seen him in the photos, in like the whatever, because I could not find any. I looked through, but I wasn't really sure how to search. I couldn't find him in any photos that I saw. But if you've seen him in any of the photos with Epstein or at, somewhere in these Epstein document releases, let me know, because I couldn't find any. What I could find were a bunch of photos of him hanging out with Trump and Melania. So here he is, looking a lot younger. I don't know if this is in like the 90s or what. Actually, I can easily find this out because it's from Getty. Hang on. I got the link here. Hang on now. Got the link. I'm going to check it out in another tab. This is in 2007. All right, so this is 2007. Wow. He looked like this in 2007? That's crazy. When was this taken? The year 4500? Was it taken the year Guylaine sent that email? That's nuts. Is it just that it's black and white? Why does he look like he aged so much? But yeah, so here's, oh wait, no, sorry. This one's 2007. Wait, when's this one? This one's, yeah. Okay. Sorry. No, this makes sense. This one's 1999 and he's hanging out with Trump and Melania. And this one's 2007. And we've also got this here. This is from his website. And here's a photo taken in the year 1999 of the president and first lady. Oh my God. This is so cheesy. This is like a famous fashion photographer. And here's his photograph of Trump with his new wife in 1999. Trump's like, yeah, I want to look like a serious businessman, but then I want to also be like, but I got a hot wife. You know what I mean? I don't know why I didn't even try with the Trump impression there, but anyway, yeah. So, but no, this guy did a lot of photography, kind of like camera work. Okay. Oh, this is not his website, I guess. Can I see like a bunch of his work? Oh, maybe I shouldn't look at these. I'm getting scared that there might be nudity. Hang on now. Let me just look him up on Safe Search. Demarchelier. Where were we? Okay. All right, no. This one. Sorry. There we go. Okay, so yeah, we've got a bunch, and let me zoom in a bit because these are a little bit hard to see. It's like, are they all black and white? Jeez. Most of them are. So he likes kind of black and white model photography. Yeah, okay. Fashion models. Is that Naomi Campbell? Another Epstein? Oh, he was the official photographer for Princess Diana. Another person who Epstein was connected to. Maybe not directly, but yes, it says right here, he's globally known for being the personal photographer of Princess Diana. I think that's what it says. I don't even speak. What is this? Spanish? Italian? I'm not sure. One of the Romance languages. But yeah. Yeah, that is Naomi Campbell. So he's in that world, right? He's in the modeling world, which as I've said many times, is actually the majority of the modeling world is purely just a cover for human trafficking. But we've got a few emails where he's mentioned he went to like a big party that Frederick Fakai was also at. There's this one. It's an email from. Sorry, hang on. Okay, so this is Epstein messaging Jean-Luc Brunel, one of the most guilty people in this whole thing. His one of his big like recruiters who would recruit models from overseas countries and send them to Epstein. Yeah, forgot to tell you. So this is an email from Epstein to someone. Forgot to tell you, after London, I'm going with Patrick Demarchelier and Russian Vogue to St. Petersburg. And so he's mentioning that to Jean-Luc Brunel. So he's like, hey, do you want to meet up while I'm there? Maybe? I don't really know why he's saying that. But anyway, that's this guy. Apparently he exposed himself to Sarah Kellen. So these are three names. So my thing is, like, you know, I have my own personal list, right? Like as I've shown, as we've done on this stream many times before, I got my own personal list of people who I think were affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein, and so I've got a line in my thing for people who Sarah Kellen mentioned in her deposition. So far, we've got Frederick Fakai, Philip Levine, and Patrick Demarchelier. Now, I am going to say that Frederick Fakai is now on my list. He's on my list. I think he probably was a client of Epstein's sex trafficking. I think that that's probably true, but that's because we have so many. There's so much other information about him. I'm a little bit reluctant. I mean, I could probably put Philip Levine on there and Patrick Demarchelier, but so far I've only heard from one person. I like to have like a few sources. It's my personal thing with these sorts of characters. And if you're curious, if you want to see my full list, where do I go? Chill Goblin's client list. And here's who I think. Here's who I think was on the client list here. I now have 27 names. Frederick Fakai, Alan Dershowitz, Bill Clinton, Bill Richardson, Brett Ratner. Oh, Brett Ratner's on there twice. Hang on, I gotta fix that. Yeah. Okay, hang on now. Gotta make this guy. Whoop, hang on, I gotta do my formatting. Guys, please don't log out, okay? I'll fix this really quick. Sort sheet A to Z. And now will it work if I do it like this? Sort sheet A to Z. Oh, right. No, here's what I gotta do. I gotta add a Z to that. Yes, that's how I do it. Sorry, my whole thing is a little bit confusing, but I try to make it so that I don't have any doubles up here, but my doubles are down here. Anyway, doesn't matter. Okay, so Frederick Fakai, George Mitchell, accused by Virginia, Jean-Luc Brunel, obviously, Kimball Musk. There's a whole thing with Epstein getting him a girlfriend, Les Wexner, Tommy Mottola, Brett Ratner, Alan Dershowitz, Bill Clinton, Bill Richardson, David Copperfield, Donald Trump, Ehud Barak, Ghislaine Maxwell, Glenn Gentile and Glenn Dubin, Harvey Weinstein, Henry Rozovsky, Jeffrey Epstein himself. I don't know if he really counts, but Jess Staley from JP Morgan, Leon Black, Marvin Minsky, Prince Andrew, Stephen Koslin, Steve Tisch, Thomas Pritzker. I'd add Richard Branson based on the harem email, but you're more cautious with it, and that email doesn't necessarily prove any abuse. Yeah, he sent Epstein an email that was like really sketchy, and he's like, oh, yes, come visit me, bring your harem, or something like that, right? Yeah. You know what? Maybe I should take Gentile off of here because there was a separate thing with one of Epstein's victims accusing him. And I don't know that he was actually connected to Epstein. So maybe Glenn Gentile, I should... Yeah, because it's not just about, these people abused people. Probably a ton of these people abused women, but just not through Epstein. So, you know what? You've convinced me. I'll take Gentile off the list. Yeah, you have a few more people on yours, right? Mark, I think I recall you saying... Shield Goblin's client list. No, I'm going to take him off. You're out of there. No, I didn't mean to take Dubin off. He definitely is on there. I meant to take other guy. Gentile. Yeah. All right, he's out of there. Okay. Anyway, that's my list so far. The people on your list are far more masters of the universe types than those three. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, what's his name? Oh, geez. Philip Levine. He's a big player. I don't know. He's a major player, right? Like he's friends with Bill Clinton. He was mayor of Palm Beach, right? Or something. What was he the mayor of? Sorry. Let's look him up quickly, Wikipedia style. Philip Levine, was it? Did I just totally forget his name? Oh no, that is right, but one L. Philip Levine, there he is. American businessman and politician who served, mayor of Miami Beach from 2013 to 2017. All right, so that would be after all this happened. So he became the mayor of Miami Beach after the whole thing with Sarah Kellen. He was a candidate in 2018. He's mentioned multiple times in documents related to Epstein. Born in 1962 to a Jewish family. After college, he settled in Miami Beach, Florida, with a degree in political science. He built a business career, was involved in many philanthropic and community organizations. He launched Onboard Media in his studio above News Cafe. Interesting. So how did he meet Bill Clinton? He partnered with Berkshire Partners to acquire Starboard Cruise Services. The merger resulted in the world's largest cruise industry concessionaire. Okay, so this has got... All right, there we go. The mystery solved. This is like a luxury brand. He runs this is why nobody's heard of him, and yet he's a major player in this. He was a partner in the world's largest cruise industry concession. What is a concessionaire? What is that word? Concessionaire? I'm not even I'm too poor to know what that word is. Concessionaire. No, not concession. I want concessionaire. Specifically define concessionaire, please. Concessionaire, the holder or operator of a concession, the beneficiary of a concession or grant, one who holds a concession or right granted, for example, by the government to conduct a certain business. All right, I still don't really get it. Am I stupid? Anyway, the world's largest cruise industry concessionaire. It was sold to Louis Vuitton Moet Hennessy. Oh, it was sold to just a series of words that I've only ever heard rappers say. I didn't realize this was one company. Moet, Hennessy, Louis Vuitton. Okay. Anyway, it was sold to them in 2000. For how much? Probably a lot. So this would be around the time that he knew Clinton and he introduced her to Ghislaine Maxwell. Error, your tax bracket is not high enough for the translation. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, sold stuff to cruises, sells expensive beer, provider of food. Okay, thank you, gang. Concessionaire. All right, thank you, gang. That's what I needed. Yeah, he has a diverse portfolio of investments. So yeah, he's a fucking investor. What do you call it? Venture capitalist. All right, these are the people who basically run the world at this point. This is what Peter Thiel is. And now this whole fucking thing, this whole Wikipedia page, I read this earlier. Now I'm just remembering. So much about this just pisses me off specifically. Okay, so he gets involved in politics. He gets selected by Obama's Secretary of Commerce to serve on a task force advising on U.S. tourism. Levine is a self-described radical centrist. Oh my God. He criticized Trump's delayed response for hurricane relief. By the way, radical centrist, the most cringe thing you can possibly be. The most cringe thing you can be. Neoliberal status quo defender. He was elected mayor of Miami Beach, endorsed by Bill Clinton. Blah, blah, blah. He advocated for attention to issues of climate change. He ran for the governor of Florida in 2018. Oh, really? Wow. He spent $29 million of his own money in the race. Like, this guy's rich. This guy is a rich guy. I don't know if he's a billionaire, but he got lots of money if he can drop 29 mil on a governor race. So is he running against in 2018? Who's he running against? Oh, yeah, Ron DeSantis was the eventual winner. I guess he didn't get past the primary then. Huh. That's a lot of money to spend for a Democratic contender to the Republican governor race. Anyway, he seems to like, what's it called? He seems to do a lot of climate change stuff. That seems fine. The effects of climate change, sea level rise in Miami Beach, across Florida. His first move to mitigate flooding when he took office, oh, this is hilarious, was an $11 million contract for 3 storm pumps along Alton Road, the area where Levine owns real estate. Cool. Very cool. The area had one of the lowest sea levels in the entire city and suffered from the most flooding. Okay, well, still, not a good look. That's okay. I guess that's why his that was one of his main issues. Anyway, I forget there's a few other things aside from the radical centrist thing where I was like, oh, this guy sucks. But now I can't remember. Can't remember what it was. Serves on the board of directors for Best Buddies International, the Miami-based nonprofit organization that creates opportunities for people with developmental disabilities. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. How rich is he? I wonder. Billionaire, do we think? Maybe not. He's the CEO of Royal Media Partners and exclusive partner of Royal Caribbean Cruises Limited. He also hosts The Mayor on regular radio show on Sirius XM. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, he's a big deal though. A big-ish deal. Him and Fakai, big deal. I mean, the other guy's famous too. It's just that he's dead. So, okay. All right. Well, we got a new name, but this guy's dead. So, okay. Whatever. Sure. I'm just curious to know if she said anything else about any of these other guys. The people that we already knew about. That is what I want to know. But there we have it, gang. That is the whole thing about Sarah Kellen. I mean, I guess we finished this a while ago, but interesting. So here's your introduction, and then we'll do when the deposition comes out. I'll read it, and if there's more shit, we'll go over it more. I'll add more to this board. Not even a billionaire. What a loser. I was reading this Wikipedia article, and it pissed me off. The article. He donates to homeless puppies with breast cancer. No. Oh, geez. Oh, boy. Yeah, no. I know there was something other than the fact that he was a radical centrist. I can't remember. Whatever. Doesn't matter. He did tell also Ghislaine Maxwell that he was hung like a horse. All right. So I got another thing to go over. This is kind of nuts. I think it was Mark posted this in the Discord. In the Extra Chill Goblin Discord, which, by the way, let me throw it in Discord link. We gotta get activity up in this frickin' place. Come on in here. Here we go. Throw it in there. But this is interesting. Did you guys know that Epstein was probably married? Yeah, to a woman named Kathleen Suter. Here's a marriage record index. I couldn't really find where this was from. But here's Kathleen L. Suter. Bride. Groom is Jeffrey E. Epstein. They were issued a marriage license in 1977 in Manhattan. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that a little nuts? That's a little nuts, I think. Well, let's dig into this a little bit, yeah? Okay, so here's a Sun. What is this? What kind of Sun is this? The U.S. Sun article that's about this book by Barry Levine, The Spider. Not one of the better Epstein books, but it is out there and you can read it. But this book mentions Kathleen Suter. Where was it? Around here, I think. That Kathy was an ex-girlfriend of his from high school who Epstein was stalking. He became fixated on her. One night, when Kathy Suter was out at a theater with her boyfriend at the time, Bernard Laffer. Let me try that again. She was out at a theater with her boyfriend at the time, Bernard Laffer. Epstein became volatile and unhinged after seeing her with another man. Laffer said, I think he'd been following her. How the fuck would he know that she was there? He then threatened Epstein, saying, I hope you're paying your limo driver a lot of money, because when I start beating your ass, he's going to have to pull me off you. Epstein then yelled to the ex-girlfriend, I haven't finished with you. Bizarrely, Epstein later had Suter provide a positive court testimonial for him during the Florida plea arrangement. Okay, we're going to get to that. This is from this article here, from The Observer. Who was Jeffrey Epstein? And it says, I think it mentions that story as well. Shoot, where was it? Oh, geez. I had it highlighted, but it's highlighted in gray. That's not very useful at all. Okay, Suter. There it is. An anecdote from Epstein's youth has him stalking Kathy Suter, a former high school girlfriend, on a date with another man in a hired limousine. He later paid for her son's education and she forgave him. It does seem like an Epstein type move to be like, not only am I going to stalk this girl while she's on a date with a guy, I'm going to do it in a limousine so I look rich. Now, I don't know when this was that this stalking happened, but this page is from quite an interesting document from the DOJ releases. This is from an investigation that Bear Stearns did into Jeffrey Epstein partway through his employment to them, where they realized that Epstein had lied to them about so much. He'd lied to them about his age, about having a university degree in mathematics and physics, I think. He'd lied to him about like all this stuff, and they hired this company to look into him, Fidelifax, I think. But they looked into it, and you can see here, they looked into the two schools that he said that he went to, Cooper Union and New York University. And then you can see under did not graduate. Jeffrey issued an invalid check to New York University during the 1973 to 1974 academic year. Dropped out in like his third year or so of university there. So this is just, it's an interesting article that, not article. It's an interesting like document of research into Epstein, where you just realize this guy has been lying his whole life. He lied about so much stuff. And one of the things that they found out in here, I don't know if this is necessarily an Epstein lie, but this is just, to do with what we're talking about, the marriage. This is from an apartment that he was renting in 1976. This is while he was at Bear Stearns. Jeffrey Epstein, who was engaged to Kathleen Suter, they both applied for the rental of an apartment. And his employment, he said, was 2 years to President Dalton School's New York City teacher and administrator. Okay, so I guess that wasn't while he was working at, sorry, I'm getting my timeline mixed up here. That wasn't while he was working at Bear Stearns. That was while he was right at the end of his employment at Dalton, right? 1976? Because he got fired from Dalton in 1976 and started working at Bear Stearns in 1976. So that makes sense. 2 years to present. Anyway, occupants to be Mr. Epstein and Ms. Suter. So this is them being engaged in 1976, and then we have this marriage license 1977. So it does seem like this high school girlfriend who he was stalking at some point ended up getting married. Oh, I also have, there is some speculation that maybe they didn't get married. Wait, Jeffrey Epstein's a liar? Wait a second. No way. This investigation, great question. It would have had to have been sometime in between. I think it would have been about 19. Yeah. So, I mean, this is from 1970, or no, 1976. I think it would have been at some point between 76 and 81 when he left Bear Stearns. But they only found out that he'd lied to him a few years into his employment. One of the guys confronted him about it and was intending to fire him, and Epstein talked his way out of it and was like, I only said that so you give me a chance. Give me a chance. You never would have taken a chance on little old me. You know? That was that's my understanding of the lore here, and what I'm assuming was the reason for this investigation, where it sort of uncovers a lot of his lies. There's also this. Wait, what was this one supposed to be? I'm not sure what I thought this one was, but this one here is another. What was this actually? Some receipt or something. Okay, I guess this is something he had to give someone at some point. Sorry, so useless. 1979, 1980 became a limited partner at Bear Stearns, and 81 he resigned in Bear Stearns. So I'm not sure what this document was, but it does say in 1981, when he was actually, when he had left Bear Stearns, it says here married. So at some point in 1981-ish around or afterwards, he was, at least according to this, he did have the marital status of married. Okay. Interesting. Now, here's where things get even juicier. All right. This is where things get juicy. He's just a good kid from Brooklyn. They never give him a chance. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Lying appears to be the only thing Jeffrey is genuinely good at. I mean, yeah, I think he's like a pathological liar, right? Because he lies a lot of the time when he doesn't have to. But I think he, like a lot of times, he's just kind of like trying to make himself big and seem big and important. And it was a way that he conned people a lot of time, making himself seem bigger and more connected than he actually was. That allowed him to connect himself to other people and get real connections that would make it less necessary for him to lie about his connections, but he still would. He's an interesting guy. Definitely seems like a pathological liar, in my opinion. And I'm not an expert in that. I don't really know exactly what that means. It just means, to me, it just means like he lies a lot when he doesn't have to, just because he loves lying. The love of the lie. A genuine born con man. So this is from a biography of Epstein that goes over his full life, and it looks to have been made during his court case in 2008, where it's like a puff piece basically. It's like, oh, Jeffrey Epstein was always a genius ever since he was born. Oh, his aptitude in mathematics came evident early on. He skipped third grade at public school and was subsequently placed in a special program. He skipped 8th grade. He graduated at the age of 16. Thereafter continuing, and then it says here he went to 2 universities. Doesn't say he got kicked out or whatever. Doesn't say he dropped out, but anyway. Sorry, the thing that I wanted to read here was they got a what's it called? What do you call it? Like not a reference, but a like a character reference, I guess, a character witness. I don't really know, but they got Kathleen Lindman, his high school girlfriend, who he stalked at some point, and whatever, like married at some point. She wrote a character statement about him in about 2008. And this is what she wrote. It's difficult to express how much Jeffrey's friendship has meant to me over the course of my life, but he is nothing short of being my guardian angel. But I have been blessed with a lifelong friend who, regardless of the stresses of his own work and life, always makes time to listen and talk to me with gentleness, wisdom, and humor. I've watched Jeffrey grow from boyhood into one of the hardest working, responsible, and generous men I know. For instance, when the time came to send my son to kindergarten, I wanted him to get the best possible education, but our local public school was a failure, and my husband and I couldn't afford to send him to an independent school. Jeffrey understood how much I valued education and empathetically volunteered to cover the costs of our son's education. This past June, our son graduated from Columbia University with honors, and it would not have been possible without Jeffrey's long-term commitment and generosity. Now, Jeffrey Epstein, like, it's kind of an interesting thing here, right? Because Epstein, he could be generous. Like, sometimes he would pay for people to go to school, he'd pay for people to whatever. Usually people who were, you know, I don't know, like Kathy Lindman was not just an ex-girlfriend of his, she would have been an ex-wife of his. And Epstein usually maintained good relationships with his exes. That's like something you can say about him. He would tell people later in life, he'd be like, when I'm done having you as my girlfriend, you get an upgrade. You get promoted to being my friend. It's actually better to be my friend than it is to be my girlfriend. At this point in his life, maybe he hadn't figured out that he wasn't the get married and settle down type. This is all new to me, by the way. I did not realize that he was married. So this is all kind of mind blowing. So he was married to Kathleen Lindman. She stayed friends with him, and apparently he did something very generous to her son. When her son was 5. Yeah, it's interesting. So Finland, I wanted to address this. This is a great point. I don't like the idea that he was manipulating people because that suggests they weren't getting something out of him. Totally true. But I would say, I read a bit about con men. At one point I was trying to write a play with a buddy of mine about some con men. So I read some shit about, the art of conning people. And, something interesting about con men is the best people for them to con, the most lucrative people you can con, are people who think that they're conning you. You want to like set up the con in such a way that they think they've figured out a way to get something out of you, and that greed will cause them to overlook certain red flags. You know what I mean? I could give you some examples, but it would take me a while to remember how these cons worked. But like I feel like that's something Epstein excelled at, where he'd be like, or people would be like Bill Gates or whatever, would be like, oh my God, this is amazing. Like, he's going to connect me to so much money and the girls and this lifestyle he has. Oh my God. And then he ends up not coming through at all. Leon Black, he's like, you need to hire me as your financial guy. I'm about to make you rich. I'm going to save you so much money. He's like, okay, here's like $200 million. Doesn't do anything for him. Doesn't do anything for him. It's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, I think there is... I think there is a bit of that happening, but also Epstein did have a genuinely useful network, and he was able to connect people. So, maybe you could say they did. All right, now let's get into some of these emails. So these are emails from Lindman, Kathleen Lindman, Epstein's ex-wife, to Epstein. And this one's in 2011. Okay. So here we go. Hi, Jeffrey. Why haven't you responded to my emails? Hope you're not in jail again. This is 2011. So he got out of jail in 2009. I forwarded the photos of my apartment as you requested. It's hard to tell what the apartment is like from the photos. So why don't you call when you're in New York? I haven't seen you in ages, literally. I attached some articles about Eric's work. And that's Eric Lindman, her son, the one who Epstein sent to the expensive kindergarten. Eric's work and upcoming shows, just in case you're interested and want to take a look. I'm so happy that he's working at what he loves. He told me when he was 4 years old that he was going to be an artist and a daddy when he grew up. I laughed it off at the time, but looks like he was right about being an artist. He brings me so much joy. He leads a very scholarly life, doesn't have a TV at home, and spends his time reading, writing, listening to classical music, and talking with other smart kids from Columbia and a community of painters. Did I mention that I love him more every day? And he just had his 26th birthday. All right. So she's telling him a lot about her son, Eric Lindman, who's 26 in 2011. That means he was born in quick maths. Approximately 1985. All right. 1985. They got married in 1977. Not really sure how long they were together, but 1985, that's probably after they broke up. Okay. All right. So if he's born in 1985, probably would have been around 1989 or 1990 when Epstein sent him to a expensive kindergarten. Okay, interesting. Now, do you guys think, like, is it weird for her to be telling Epstein about her son like this? Like, just like the way that she's doing it, right? Hi, Jeffrey, sticking out tongue face. Hope you're not in jail again. That's so funny. X3. Oh, boy. Owo. So, and this would have been about the time he was dating Ava Anderson, messing with Suzanne Urcha. Yeah. In 1985 when he was 85. Yes. So he would have been, Urcha would have been at Bear Stearns then. He would have been doing his own thing with Intercontinental Asset Group. The timeline is, the 80s are really tough, but okay. So this is when the kid's born. I mean, maybe you can see where I'm going with this if you've read the title of the stream, or if you are picking up my tone, or that I care when this kid was born. The kid's last name is Lindman, who is her husband's, last name. But do you think it's noteworthy the way she's talking about? She's sort of like, oh, he's always wanted to be an artist. She's sort of talking about this 25-year-old man as though she's proud of her like younger kid. Like, it's weird. It's weird, right? It's weird. Anyway, another email, 2012. Hi, Jeffrey. I just heard that Eric will be in the Art Freeze Fair this year. It's the first time he's not considered a new or young and upcoming artist. It's very exciting. Here's the website if you want to take a look. Love, Kathy. Sends him a website with some stuff with Eric Lindman. Oh, wow. I didn't know that I could actually click on that. That's crazy. 404 not found. Okay. Interesting. It's funny that they redact her name sometimes. Sometimes they leave it in. Okay, so if you want to take a look, this is 2012. So maybe she's like, okay, that's oh yeah, Mark, no, don't worry. We are getting to that. So maybe I'm thinking, okay, at this point, maybe she's like, oh, Epstein's big in the art world or whatever. He claims to be. He's got a lot of art connections anyway, or some. And she's like, maybe you can help with my son's art career. Maybe that's why she's sending him all these emails. And she sends him again. She forwards an email to Jeffrey Epstein from her son to her. It says, I mentioned in the New York Times, see page 2. Where does it say? Somewhere. Oh, geez. Mr. Lindman. Eric Lindman. Oh, he sold a number of works by smaller artists smaller works by artists like Mr. Israel and Mr. Lindman. Okay, cool. Sends that to Epstein. She sends a email to him on 2013. John passed away. I'm not sure who that is. How's Warren doing? That's Warren Eisenstein. These are both friends of theirs from like Coney Island from when they were kids, from high school. Epstein says, still kicking. Warren Eisenstein just sent him on a birthday party with Brian Vickers, a NASCAR driver. This is another thing of her sending him some of Eric Lindman's work, some of Eric Lindman's art. Hi, Jeffrey. Eric's in a show next week in Geneva. I think his work's very interesting and thought you'd like to see something he's done recently. He's with the Allemagne Resch Gallery in Paris and one in Switzerland. I wish he'd exhibit more in New York so I could go and see his work in the context of a curated exhibit. I don't know how the art world works. ? If you start doing things in creative worlds, your parents, and they don't really know anything about it, they'll always do this. Right? Like, I know when I started doing comedy and when I started doing like YouTube stuff, my parents, my mom will always be like, oh, James, you should have a website. Oh, you should do this. You should reach out to, our friend's cousin knows a guy who does comedy. You should reach out to him, see what he's like, and this feels like that sort of thing. It's like, his mom is like, how do I help my son? Oh, I'll just email Epstein about you all the time. So another one, this one's interesting. She emails him January 20th, his birthday, 2017. It's your day. Have fun. Love, Kathy. Epstein just emails her back, the Beatles song. Weird. Your message is very cryptic. What about the Beatles song? And then he goes, when I'm 64. So Beatles song is when I'm 64. Will you still love me when I'm 64? She goes, yes, I will do. Still love you. Music emoji. Okay, that's nice. Bon anniversaire. And now this one, another one from Eric Lindman to his mom, and then she forwards it to Epstein. Would you like to go with me to the opening? Epstein doesn't really care about art. He really doesn't. He likes the glamorous world, but in reality, he just wants to talk about math and science and stuff. He really does. He's not a whatever it is, whichever one of the halves of the brain is like that. He's a left brain person or something. And this is from BB, who I think is another one of his assistants. I'm not sure actually who BB is. And one of them says, reminder, you want to go see the Eric Lindman exhibition at the Allmine Rec Gallery. Okay. Kathy Lindman writes him. After that, it was a fun night. Sorry you missed the show. So he still hasn't shown up to one of these things. Yeah, sorry, I'm still not in New York. I'll try to go and see it when I return. You should be proud. And then Kathy Lindman says, please call when you're in the city. I look forward to seeing you. I was very happy for Eric. He's very sincere about developing his work, and he and his wife have had a very good relationship. By the way, I think I might be becoming a grandmother since I noticed last night Naomi didn't drink any champagne at the reception or coffee at dinner. Thank you for forever helping to pay for Eric's education. I think Columbia's liberal arts curriculum raised his level of thinking, and the art faculty had a positive influence on his approach to work and life. Here's my number, diggly doogly doo, in case you lost it. Love, Kathy. It seems like kind of a one-sided relationship, but he did pay for Eric. It looks like not just his kindergarten, he paid for his university, education as well. And Epstein just messaged her back, wow. Bro, come on now. That's all. All right. Finally, in 2017, it looks like Epstein did go to meet Eric because now Eric is sending a message directly to his office. And it's Eric for Jeffrey. So Eric Lindman writes to Epstein, thank you for dear Jeffrey, spells his name wrong, Jeffrey. Thank you for taking the time to talk with me this morning. Over the past 10 years, I've been making paintings incorporating found surfaces I come across while walking to and from my studio. These anonymous surfaces become the impetus for new images as they are arranged in my studio. My painting practice centers on how I make visible what I see in these surfaces through the application of paint on, around, and over these objects. I have attached a selection of images from the current exhibition that are indicative of my work. I would certainly love to have you by my studio when you are back in New York. Okay, so I guess that they just talked on the phone or something. And because he still hasn't seen his art and he doesn't know about his art. They talked on the phone. He was like, oh, yeah, sure, send me some of your stuff. Now, he sends him a bunch of photos of his art. We don't have those photos here, but I can show them to you in a second. I personally think this sounds interesting. I would like to go see this exhibition. But I also think Epstein would not care about this at all. That is my belief. That is what I also think about Epstein. I think he would be like, he'd read this and be like, oh my God, fuck. He still hasn't gone to one of these things yet. And, his ex-wife has been asking him to come since 2011. It's 2017. Now his son's messaging him directly. He talked to him on the phone one time. Her son messaging him directly. He still hasn't gone to it. And then, oh wait, what's this? Oh no, this isn't it. So actually, I guess we don't know if Epstein ever went. I guess we don't know if he ever went. We just got this. So he at least got an email that had these photos. Now here's a big reveal, okay? Here's Eric Lindman's Instagram. And let's take a look at his, oops, no, didn't want to do that. Let's take a look at his, what he looks like. Oh, wait, why is that so small? Wait a minute, huh? Open image in... Wait, can I click on it? Wait, really? Why are you going so small on me? No, we had the bigger version of it, right? Ugh, that's so annoying. This is brutal, gang. Open link in new tab? No. Where's my big version? Okay, this is ridiculous. Okay, hang on. Sorry. Guys, this was supposed to be the big reveal. No, it'll still be a big reveal. One sec. Actually, yeah. No, this is even better this way. It's even better this way. I'm glad that this is happening. Wait. I'm yeah. Ashley's yelling at me to go on the Discord. No, I know. I'm going to do that. But no, I wanted the full picture. Sorry. Oh, I have not had issues with this ever. Why is it doing this? Did he do? What's happening? This is really pissing me off. Fuck. I really wanted the full picture because it just has so much more of an effect. God, this is pissing me off. All right, fine. I'll just do it like this. Not the best, but okay, I'll just throw it in the Obsidian board for now. Okay, this isn't the full picture because I would like to show you like the full thing of him leaning all cool against a pole in New York. But here's what he looks like. That's Eric Lindman. And just for no reason, let me also give you this. Oh, come on. Oh, God. What the hell? Oh, God. Sorry. Gang, this is so annoying. I swear I was more prepared before. Okay, here's this, and here's a photo of Epstein. Wow, did I ever butcher the big reveal? All right, let me do another take so that we can edit this together and it looks crazy. All right, big reveal. Here is the photo of Eric Lindman, New York artist, guy who's interested in found surfaces that he sees on the way to and from his job, his art studio, and does artistic renditions of them. Here is a guy who paid for his kindergarten and university, Jeffrey Epstein, who also dated his mom and married his mom and, had a bunch of connections to his mom back in the day. What do we think, gang? What do we think? What do we think? I don't know what's happening. I mean, maybe this guy like just recently made his Instagram even more private, because I swear I've done this like a million times now where I just click on the photo of him on Instagram and the big version of it pops up. But yeah, I feel like, we can't do a DNA test. It's irresponsible to diagnose, not diagnose, but like to speculate about whether someone is someone's secret son online. So I won't do that, but I will just say these guys look exactly the same. They look the same. They got the same, like the chin dent, that's what does it for me. Chin dent, excuse me. Just the whole face. It's jarring. It's jarring. Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah. I was thinking about this. I think for his sake, this should not become big news. I mean, I wonder if hopefully he knew about this beforehand, right? Hopefully he knew about this maybe when he was talking to him. The one email we have from him is he does spell his name wrong, so maybe he didn't. If he's just finding this out now, that sucks. But there's nothing wrong with being, the son of a guy who sucked, right? That's nothing wrong. But I would like to think that this information coming out might be good for his art career, right? Like his paintings right now, we can take a look at them, and I think they're good. I like them. All right, I think they're cool. I think all of these paintings would look great. Like these are paintings you could hang up in your place. Oh, sorry, hang on. These are paintings you could hang up in your living room, and it'd be like, oh, that's a really nice vibe, right? Like these are like marketable. Like there's a market for these. You know what I'm saying? They're cool. I like his use of color. It's abstract, but it's cool. Like there's something to it. Ooh, it's like a sculpture of his, I guess. Is that what this is? Yeah. That's interesting. Huh. Don't know what to make of that one, actually. That one's kind of creepy. His sculptures are so different from his other work. Wow. Okay, but I can see that he's playing with textures. He told Epstein, oh, it's based on textures I see on my way to work. This one's sick. Look at this one. That one's awesome. Cool. I don't know. There's something that I quite enjoy about these things. You know what I mean? So right now, I think some of his stuff it's like a few $100. Like you could buy these. I'd say if you bought them, they'd probably go up in value, like by quite a bit. Listen, this is not financial advice. I'm no Jeffrey Epstein over here. Okay, I'm not an expert, but I feel like there might come a time where this connection becomes kind of popular and known. Yeah, that would be a good idea. I could not find any photos of Kathleen Suter Lindman, but I don't know. Maybe I can look again. Kathleen Suter Lindman. I'm not sure if we have any photos of her. Kathleen is married. Get out of here. Class Lindman, is that the name of her husband, I think? 73, yeah, gotta be. Let's see if we can find him. Class Lindman. That's gotta be a rare name. I never even heard of that. Class Lindman? Class Lindman got a Instagram page. Oh, wait, Class Lindman, okay. And his Instagram page is all classic cars. Oh, is it like classic car maybe? Okay, so maybe this isn't him. And this is all in German, it looks like. So maybe Class Lindman is a more common name than I thought. Assistant professor in psychiatry. CEO for Lindman Advertising. Jeez. Okay. Wow. There's a lot of guys named Class Lindman. I underestimated this. Lindman Advertising is in New York. Oh, in the birthday book, the class picture, she's in front of Epstein. Okay. Got you. Hang on. I can pull that up real quick. The birthday book. Let's check it. Let's check her out. Cub Scout graduation. So this is there's the beginning part where it's like early days, right? Family. All right. Long letter from his dad. People talking about him. Baby photos. Brooklyn. Yada yada yada. Who cares? Who cares? There's Warren Eisenstein as a kid. Okay. Public school, Brooklyn. Wait, okay, so in the birthday book, the class picture, she's in front of Epstein. I mean, geez, I don't know how useful this is going to be. These are pretty pixelated. Is that Epstein there in the background there? The very back, the blue? And is she in front of him there? How do you know? Brooklyn section, she has bangs in a striped shirt. Bangs. Okay, hang on. It must be a different one, right? Oh, you posted it in the gob cord? All right, okay, thank you. Thank you, Mark. Oh, wait. Chill gob tent. Okay. Blah. Oh, this one. Okay. Okay, there's a young Epstein making a funny face, and there's his future wife, Kathleen Suter. Wow. Okay. Dang. Yeah, I guess she does have a striped shirt there. Who would have thunk it? Interesting. Any other photos of her? She didn't write anything to him in here, did she? Yeah. Wild. But okay, I guess that's not really, it's hard to say. I mean, she definitely doesn't look very much like, the guy we're talking about, but, What about the other guy, the guy she married, Class Lindman? Dang it. Oh, how I wish we could find this dude. Class Lindman. Facebook. Google Scholar? Could it be this guy? Probably not. I don't know. Oh, if you keep scrolling, there's another set of the same photos with the names of the students. Maybe the redacted person in the Brooklyn section's her? Oh, yeah. Oh, the redacted person, I'm not sure who you mean. She wrote him something? Oh, this person. Oh, right. No. I don't know what this is, but Johnny Boy Kafka. Michael. Oh, is this the part? Oh, I see. Yeah. Here's the part where you've got the names. Oh, okay. Damn, how did you know that? Wow. So you looked into this before, eh? Yeah, I can't I mean, how did you know that was Kathleen? Crazy. I didn't even have her as a person of interest until now. Kathleen Suter, Lindman. Anyway, okay. Would the son's socials potentially have the dad? Maybe, but his socials are sort of not available. But we can look at his art. Where did I put it? Where did it go? I had it a moment ago. Oh, here. My artistic practice is defined by an innovative use of found materials such as shards of steel or canvas webbing. This is like a Zoom interview with him.
Is in a bar to have.
It's so long and pretty boring, but
glasses dry on. But it's really just something with spikes on it, right? And when something palette knife or some other.
This is not him.
Implement.
This is him.
And they're really just these bizarre kind of sculptures in a way. In the end.
Anyway, I don't know. I tried watching it and I got so bored. Oh, that's the letter right there. Oh, sorry. Oh, this one? Oh, so this is in the girlfriend section. Okay. So yes. So this is somebody who knew him back in high school, right? If I were to list my lifetime achievements, surely scoring higher than you on the 9th grade algebra regent would rank in the top 10. I'll never forget the exhilaration of considering myself smarter than Jeffrey Epstein in math. That same year, you not only performed mathematical magic by tutoring me to get a perfect score on the Regent, you thrilled our class in music by playing California Dreaming on the piano and thrilled me even more by stealing a kiss after the sound of music at Radio City Music Hall. When we met again, sometime after college, okay, this works with the timeline, you had shoulder-length curls, wore wonderful hand-embroidered denim work shirts and tight jeans, and drove a brown Camaro with a glove compartment full of parking tickets. Needless to say, you'd outgrown your shyness around girls and even confessed that you participated in peace marches because they were the easiest places to get laid. A truly unique perspective on political activism in the 70s. A few years later, during a trip to Palm Beach, we were driving around admiring the homes when you pointed in the direction of a particularly impressive mansion and said, "One day I'm going to own that." I smiled and considered your comment nothing more than wishful thinking. Many mentions later, you've shown me the importance of having a vision and the determination to pursue it, a lesson I continue to rely upon for inspiration. From lessons in algebra to lessons in life, the lessons I've learned from you during the past 35 years haven't always been easy, or even ones that I would have chosen to learn. Oh, okay. That seems a little dark, but they were always important. I'm very grateful to have you for a friend and hope that if you ever need help solving a rate, time, distance problem, you won't hesitate to call. Well, I mean, it says, yeah, am I sure it's the girlfriend section? I think it's still Brooklyn. There are 2 letters in girlfriends, then Guylaine. I mean, maybe, but in the order that the PDF is in, it's like Brooklyn ends here. Girlfriends, and this is the first girlfriend letter, but maybe in the wrong order. I mean, it does seem like they dated. A lot of this would fit with Suitor, although it could be another girlfriend from high school that he reconnected with. Who knows, right? A little hard to say. And then are these photos, would these be photos of her? I mean, redacted, of course, but Mark Twain, and this is the name of his high school, Mark Twain something high school, JHS, junior high school, Jewish high school. What's JHS? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yeah, interesting. Epstein skipped 2 grades. He skipped 2 grades. So he was like the youngest guy in his class. And Kathy Suitor is, I think, the same age as him. So he would be dating her. He would have been the same age as her, but he would have been 2 grades older than her. Right? Oh, wait, maybe not actually. Because if they were, well, maybe this isn't her. Because I think she is the same age as him. But if they're in the same math class in the 9th grade algebra regent, that would that have to be somebody else? Let me double check that. How would I do that though? I don't actually know how I would do that. Oh, right. Because we have her age from the marriage license. Oh no, we don't. What do we have her age on? I guess from the application to rent. Where was it? Somewhere down here. Yeah. Jeffrey Epstein, born January 20th, 1953. Engaged to Kathleen Suitor, born... Oh, what the hell? They bleeped out her birthday? They didn't redact her name. They redacted her birthday. That is hilarious. They are being extra careful not to offend. You never say a woman's age. You never say a woman's age. You can say her full name and that she was engaged to be married to Jeffrey Epstein, but do not ever reveal a woman's age without her permission. That's crazy. But why did I think she was the same age as him? Where did I get that from? I don't know where I would have seen that. I honestly don't know. Thought I had... But no, I guess they were in the same class though. So I guess he would have been 2 years younger than her, but he was dating older girls than him. Anyway, I don't know. Oh, you got a newer Kathleen picture? Nice. Let's check it out. Thanks, Steubens. Oh, right. Okay, so here's Kathleen. Oh, yeah, this is a weird one. I remember seeing this. She messages Epstein in 2015. Chris's older daughter took this selfie of us on Metro North last month. If you're wondering if I'm fat, I'm not. How about you? Oh, geez. She's kind of just throwing herself at Epstein, eh? Trying to get him to message her back, I guess. But, yes. Yeah, rare moment of him dating someone of comparable age. Dating somebody older, it looks like, maybe? But when he was in high school. So, you know. Yes. Yeah, what an insane thing to say. I mean, you know, Epstein did care about that. Yeah, it's odd. It's odd. Anything else about? Yeah, I wish I could find more. I wish I could find a photo of Chris, but hard to imagine that they look any more like Lindman than Epstein does. Yeah, a little bit hard to tell. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting distracted here. That is the story of the suitors and the guy. All right, there's one more thing I want to do on the stream, and that is check out the new Coop video. But I got to take a little break. Okay. Oh man, Or do I want to watch this really fucking anti-Semitic looking video from Ian Carroll? Maybe not. I don't know. The Coop video seems so good, though. Hang on. Coop. Coop. New video from Coop is called Bioengineered Ticks, the elite's latest weapon? I didn't watch half of it. I don't know why it's showing that I watched half of it. That's weird.
We do know they have.
Maybe I had it on or something, because I found it, but I didn't actually watch it. So, do I want? Okay, what do we want to watch, gang? What do we think? There's new Coop, which is always exciting. But we've got. Whoops. Sorry. Oh goodness. There, that's the one I wanted. There's new Coop. Right? Hang on. Let me fix the framing here. There we go. Is Coop doing a 4-3 thing as well? No. Sorry. Okay. There's new Coop. Always exciting. This one seems insane. Bioengineered ticks. Or we could watch this one
These
from
men didn't.
Ian Carroll, The Synagogue of Satan, Worldwide Power, Influence, and Control. Kind of nuts this guy is allowed to just post stuff like this. But I mean, this one just looks like a stream. So whereas Coops are like, you know, he's written a script and like edited it. So yeah, no, I'd rather watch the Coop one. But give me a minute. I'm gonna put you in the capable hands of. Oh wait, whose capable hands am I gonna put you in? I'm gonna put you in the capable hands of the what's it called, Mr. Magazine, Quiltro Magazine, with more on Cybersyn. Just for a moment.
With Beer's book Cybernetics and
this is about what's it called? Yeah, it's about cyber. It's about Cybersyn. No, it's about Allende from Chile and his sort of like cybernetics based socialism. They're trying to figure out a way to get computers to help them distribute resources and stuff. It's a very interesting thing. Let's watch a little bit of this and I'll be right back.
Management, which he later described as visionary. Later on, Flores would travel to the United States to meet with Arnoldo Hags and came into contact with Beer's second book, Decision and Control, which further engrossed him and he found better than the first. After his time working with Sigma, Flores would be appointed the head of the Universidad Católica's engineering department, which would also lead him deeper into politics. In 1969, he and his fellow academics with ties to the university had broken up from the centrist Democrat Party, mostly due to a lack of tangible reforms. They instead aligned themselves with the growing UP, or Unión Popular, a growing leftist movement in the country. Flores and his compatriots would form MAPU, which was deeply connected to the UP. And so, in 1970, going back to the start of the story, Salvador Allende would come into power. Again, if you want to go more into detail into Allende's actual history and election, I recommend going to my Allende video. But to make a very long story short, Allende's victory was very narrow and was mostly supported by the Unión Popular. Flores's close ties to the UP and prominent position in the Universidad Católica would find him appointed as the technical general manager at the Corfo, or the State Development Corporation. For the foreseeable future, Allende would put the Corfo to work nationalizing great parts of the Chilean industry. One of these parts was the telecommunications industry, or the ITT, which at this time was American owned. The ITT at the time held a 70% monopoly over Chile's telecommunications industry and was notorious for only working with other internationally owned industries, leaving a lot of key Chilean industries without communications. In 1971, Allende blocked the bank accounts of the ITT and in turn nationalized this industry. This opened up a new set of issues. Allende's government had found that the previous administration had wrongly reported the number of communication computers that they had collected. They had claimed that they had 500 when they had more close to a couple dozen. This meant that communications along the long stretch of Chile were very difficult, generally slow due to the lack of points of communication between these key industries. This was an issue that Allende's government wanted to solve. So having said this, Flores brought in a British information scientist, Stafford. Now, Flores didn't know that Beer was interested in the intersection between management cybernetics and a possibility for social change. He had been toiling at several projects at the time, one of which he called the Liberty Machine, which was tasked with governmental administration. Though I don't think I have discussed Stafford's Beer's specific philosophy, why Flores was so drawn to Beer's work. See, Beer wrote several books on management cybernetics, and this whole retelling will be a hyper-condensed version of what both cybernetics is and management cybernetics.
Sorry. Am I back? Yeah. Sorry. Whoops. Oh, and the chat's stuck? Oh, we gotta fix that. What makes the chat get stuck, I wonder? Why did chat get stuck, huh? There we go. Okay, we're back, right? But yeah, I hope you enjoyed that by Quiltro magazine. I popped a link in the chat. I'll do it again. What the hell? Boom. But yeah, I'm excited to watch the rest of this video by Quiltro. I think it's cool. And this is one of my favorite topics. Honestly, the thing that made me become I used to be a liberal, and then I became a leftist, like a true leftist. When I started reading about CIA coups, and I was like, what the hell? The government did this? That's great. That can't be right. And it's sort of how I got interested in CIA history and in leftism. So I've read a lot about Chile, which is the second CIA coup. And this guy, he has several videos about it. And they're deep dives. And apparently his grandpa knew Allende or something. I'm not quite sure, but he has one video that's the president and my grandfather. And there's Allende's broken glasses when he died. I think Allende shot himself with a gun that Fidel Castro gave him. I think. Could be wrong about that. But yeah, I'm curious to read more about, watch more of this guy's stuff, I mean. And also he has a Substack. That's why it's called Quiltro magazine, I guess. Right? Quiltro. George Westcott. I read about culture and things adjacent. Cool. Very cool. Anyway, go check him out. I'll throw the Substack link in there too. Oh yeah, I'll subscribe. Is that what I do? Is that how you do it? Oh, did I not log in? Oh, okay. I'll do that later. What? Huh? Ooh, eh. All right, gang. You know what time it is. It's time for me to drink this beer as we watch Coop, Bioengineered Ticks. And I will say, the last time I watched a Coop video, I was like, yo, this is kind of good. I had to give it to him. I had to hand him one. Normally when I watch this stuff, I'm like, that sucks. Or whatever. When he does Epstein stuff, a lot of times I'm like, nah, he got so much wrong there. But last time I was like, oh, damn. No, actually, Epstein was literally trying to clone himself. Did not realize that. Being liberal until you learn things is the real get old, become a Republican. Yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah. the letter is suitor. Looking at the other pages of the letter, the House Oversight missed a redaction when they were voting for class superlatives, and they voted for themselves on 3 while labeling them as me and then her name. Ah. I'm a little confused. But, okay, that's crazy. Okay. The other pages of the letter. They're voting for class superlatives. Huh. Wait, the letter isn't suitor. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. It's not suitor, right? Okay. All right. Well, there you go. Another high school girlfriend of his, I guess. Anyway, moving on. All right, Coop in bioengineered ticks. The elite. I like how elites is in scare quotes. He's like, as if they really are elites. Actually, they're the poor people. All right, Coop. Ooh, what's this?
Alpha-gal syndrome is spreading. The true number affected is closer to 450,000.
Warning tonight, be on the lookout for ticks.
You need to watch out for tick bite,
Tick-borne illnesses.
tick-related illnesses,
Tick-borne illnesses.
and recently the
Is this a new COVID skepticism? They're like, Lyme disease is a fake construction by the elites to make you stay out of the woods, which is where where they have evil ceremonies to Moloch. The concept of Lyme disease is designed to stop people from sneaking into Bohemian Grove.
from coast to coast.
Tick season.
Tick season.
Doctors say alpha-gal syndrome, or AGS, develops after a tick bite, primarily a Lone Star tick.
They both start with tick bite.
It's called alpha-gal syndrome, or AGS.
Funny that it's called alpha-gal syndrome, eh? Alpha-gal? Because that sounds like you'd want to be an alphabet gal.
A lot to get into today, so we're going to skip the pleasantries. We all need to be careful, especially if you have children, because the tick thing is getting insane. Briefly to recap, if you don't know what happened or what we're discussing,
Mark. Yeah, this isn't a new thing at all. Where he's like, the elite's latest weapon? So I like this. New conspiracy theory, Elon Musk actually homeless. Cool.
About the past month or so, there have been a rapidly increasing rate of ticks and tick bites across the country, and people going to the emergency room for them. But it's a lot more than just that. These ticks are releasing something known as alpha-gal syndrome, a disease which scientists believe has something to do with your saliva and how it reacts with it, and the end result is that it makes you allergic to red meat. Horribly.
Alpha-gal syndrome sounds like something a doctor would say if he's hitting on you. It's like, you know what, you've got alpha-gal syndrome. Oh, Coop's a bit quiet? I'll turn him up.
In fact, so allergic that we now have the first reported death of someone who has this disease. It was extremely rare, and yet suddenly over the course of just the past couple of years, it went from complete anonymity to now it's growing like crazy by thousands of percentage points. The data is a bit old at this point because the reporting is not done well enough, but we're looking at almost 500,000 people with AGS, and that's grown dramatically since just 2018 when it was something in the just tens of thousands. That's 500,000 people who no longer can know the pleasure of eating a good steak or a glass of milk, sheerly because of a disease that was almost completely unknown just a few years ago. So many are beginning to believe that something else must be going on here. And what's worse is that alongside AGS, there's a growing number of Lyme disease patients across America, people who are having debilitating effects and are denied the proper coverage by insurance companies, which is a different topic for a different time, but it's destroying lives across the country. And
Okay, I pulled up this just to fact check this here. This is a tick bite data tracker from the CDC, which I imagine Coop doesn't trust, but okay. Year sliders. Wait, what? Hang on. Huh? Wait, where'd it go? Data explained, charts and tables. Wow. Okay, well, this is 2026, and I guess, yeah, there wouldn't be any tick bites in the winter. Well, I guess there's 6 or something. Or, yeah, 1 in January, 2 in February, 34 in March. And, okay, well, that makes sense. Wait, hang on. That's just rising because of the year. Can we look at, like, other years? How do I make it? No, I want... Huh? Oh, God. This is why I should have... Can I expand this? Yeah. Let's look all the way back to 2017. Oh, so they're not growing at all. Oh, wait. Sorry. No, they are. Well, it looks like the highest... Yeah, so this is like... Okay, this is annoying. It's graphing out... This is like the how tick bites... Like, they peak in like around right now, around May to June. And then it goes down for September, goes slightly up in October. I wonder why that is. And then down again in December to like almost 0. But the big time of year is like right now. And it seems like it does this all the time, every single year. And, the red one is 2017. The blue, so this is funny. So Coop's trying to say that tick bites are growing. This is like emergency department visits for tick bites by month, US 2017 to 2026. 2026 is the blue, the light blue, this one. The lowest one. So actually tick bites are way down. Tick bites are the lowest this year, 2026, than they ever have been. Although a little bit weird that why does the data for 2026 continue? Wait, new conspiracy? Why does the CDC have data for 2026, or at least the line continues for June, July, August, September? Those months haven't even happened yet. Huh? How do they know? Oh, no, they do. Oh, sorry. Oh, I was looking at the wrong one. Sorry. Okay, 2020 is the lowest one, 84. 2026 is not the lowest one. It's like about middle of the range. Sorry, I misread the colors here. Yeah. Sorry. All right, false alarm. But it's not high. The highest months are 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2025. Well, so 2025 was up, and then 2026 is down. Although in April, 2026 was up, and in March. Weird. So we had 2 months this year that were the highest since 2017, but now although May isn't over yet, so maybe that's why. Okay, Coop, maybe you are onto something. Maybe this year is the last 2 months have been the worst ever. We don't know if that trend will continue, but who knows what'll happen. All right.
It's gotten almost no attention. So these two things growing in parallel at wildly rapid rates is so bizarre that you kind of have to start thinking what else could be going on here. Now, I feel bad for these people who are suffering through these awful diseases, but it's not just the disease that is why we're here.
Yeah, true. 2020 was the COVID year. That's why it was so low. The ticks must have been like, where is everybody? Where is everybody? All the other animals are so happy, and the ticks are like, what the heck? I got some of this alpha-gal syndrome to give people.
It's because there's very clearly something nefarious going on behind it, and that Lyme disease and alpha-gal are being spread intentionally, and there's so much evidence for it. It's kind of painful it wasn't seen before. But what really struck this one out of the park for me and made me think that we have to make a video are when I began seeing the reports of farmers across America finding metal boxes on their property filled to the brim with ticks.
What?
Thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of them crawling out and spraying across their property.
It's
so bizarre.
Farmers are hang on. Farmers have been finding metal boxes filled with thousands of ticks, maybe tens of thousands. I don't even want to think about that. Imagine opening a box and it's full of 10,000 ticks. That's crazy.
Bizarre and insane. I'm just going to play the video for you.
I'm out here mushroom hunting, and
I'm out here mushroom hunting. Yeah.
There it is right there.
Oh, that's a small box.
The tick box.
The tick box?
I'm not going to touch it because there's ticks.
How you know? Did you open it?
All over that thing.
What? You just touched it.
Look at them crawling out of it.
What?
Millions of them. You can see the ticks.
What?
Right there, what we can't deny is that there is a giant box of ticks on someone's
I don't know if that's what that is.
property,
Okay.
and they are going
Ticks are really small, though.
crazy looking for a host to latch onto. And honestly, it sends a chill up my spine just to watch this because I hate ticks.
Those are ticks? Those are what ticks look like? Okay. I don't really know.
I had one as a kid that got to be like the size of a
tick brick. Oh, maybe tick traps. Maybe. Those are bait traps? Oh, okay. I don't know. Yeah, this guy's a mushroom hunter. He doesn't know about traps like that. You don't gotta set a trap for a tick. My anecdotal experience as an outdoorsman is that I've seen more ticks in April in Missouri than I saw in my entire life. Doubled. It's serious, but Coop's still a doofus. Okay. Like April of this year. Interesting. Okay. All right. So it is going up then. Shady cabal bioengineering insects or knock-on effects of climate change? Coop trying to cook a steak, but it smells like meth.
Rape on the back of my head. So I'm not a big tick fan, but to some this video isn't enough because there is a cohort who will argue this is fake and the guy staged the giant box of ticks for whatever.
I mean, he's laughing, but like, how can you be so sure that why do you trust that guy? The mushroom hunter.
For a reason. And despite no signs of that.
Those were ants, right? That's what I thought, but I don't know. They're moving pretty quick for tick. Yeah, I don't know. Ticks don't move like that? Okay, well.
Or any AI generation, I think it's worth continuing because there are a lot of other videos that are proving that something is going on. There are farmers who have known ticks for a long time, but have never seen anything like this. Animals being consumed by them. For instance, a deer completely covered in them that one farmer found on his property. Viewer discretion is advised because these videos are gross.
Top plot, and I saw this little guy. I don't know if he's alive or he's got ticks all over his head and eyes. Ugh. I mean, look at that. On his ears.
Gross.
Oh my gosh.
Absolutely awful, as you can see, and this deer is covered in them. Here's another video of a snake absolutely covered in ticks that someone found also on their property just recently.
Now this might be the most ticks I've ever seen on any...
Whoa, look at those guys. They're all full of snake blood. Oh, ugh, gross.
Animal ever. That is insane. And look at the size of them. They're enormous. Huge ticks on this girl. But we just got this python out of the Everglades.
Pretty disgusting, sorry, but here's one more for good measure, and it's a picture of a deer who has ticks all over his face, including one that seems to be half latched onto his eyeball. And unfortunately, this is not an isolated incident.
Yo, I'm sorry, gang. I didn't know this would be so gross, but oh, geez. Yes, I hope they got the snakes out of there.
I really could go on for quite a while showing these images, but I think you guys get the point. So I'm going to stop yapping and let's continue. Because for whatever reason, these ticks are going wild. But
I did not know snakes got ticks either. I did not know that. Maybe these are the elites battling against the snakes. Maybe it's the reptilians versus the snakes.
All these ticks in increasing sums for seemingly no reason begs the question.
Yeah, these videos aren't even related. Yeah, well, one of them was in the Everglades, like Florida, with the deer, and then the one with the tick brick, the box full of 10,000 ticks, I forget where, somewhere else. Anyway, this is great. Hope you watch the blue waffle video next. Okay, all right. Oh, let me just Google that without knowing what it is.
Question of how they got there, because people clearly are under the impression this was intentional, and after the past several years, I can understand why. And things seem to be happening.
Who is under that impression?
So fast these days, because within a few days of the first post about this guy finding a tick box, someone else
This is intentional. This is a war against snakes and deer.
Noticed a helicopter flying back and forth over their property that had a long cable attached to the bottom of it. They left us the following video that leaves a lot more questions than answers.
What's this one? Why did the helicopter come back twice?
Obviously, we don't get much more context beyond what's in the video, but it's clear we got a helicopter with a long cable over someone's property, rural property, making multiple passes. And in light of the tick boxes, people have put two and two together. I think that seems like a fair guess because...
That is... So are there any ticks involved in this video, or is it's just he saw a helicopter and then he was like, ah, yes, the other video I saw where there's a box full of ticks. And what's this? Okay, hang on. He said that their farmers have been finding boxes, blah, blah, blah. He shows us a mushroom hunter that found a box that he says is full of ticks. And then he shows us another video of a helicopter that passed over a farm twice. I mean, that's weird, but like, you can't just like scroll your TikTok feed and put two and two together by being like, this explains that other TikTok video I saw. Are there? Okay, there's so much that I would like to know. Okay, hang on. He sometimes he puts. Now he okay. Okay, so he puts his sources in here, which is nice. He puts his sources in here, but I never know what one is which. Did he put the TikToks in there? All right, hang on. Okay, well, let's continue.
Why else someone would illegally be flying a helicopter over someone's property with a long rope? I don't know, it seems pretty crazy. In fact, there is a history already of seeding ticks in various regions using this sort of method. What's interesting to me, though, is that since this story of the planted ticks and tick boxes has emerged, the mainstream media and quote-unquote fact checkers, whatever that really means, aren't denying the validity of the videos themselves.
What was that subliminal message there? Quote unquote.
Fact checkers, whatever that.
Oh, and he put government-employed liars. He doesn't believe fact checkers.
That really means aren't denying the validity of the videos themselves, calling them fakes. They're just saying that it has nothing to do with a larger scheme. And that's a very interesting language choice there. And it makes a clear distinction that we very well might be looking at boxes of ticks being left across America. For what purpose? It can really only be nefarious at this point. That said, the clear conclusion is that the government or some large entity is, without permission, releasing massive sums of infected ticks across America. And in all likelihood, this might have been going on for several years before today, when people are really starting to pick up on these sorts of things, because alpha-gal has been skyrocketing. And to put two and two together with the massively increasing sums of these diseases, it seems like the intention is probably to sicken the population. For what purpose? Well, looking at it realistically, we do live on the cusp of something that's definitely coming. Many people sense that there is a conflict that's brewing in America, especially after the release of the files. So maybe this is a pre-war effort to weaken people as much as possible. And we know that the CIA has actually used
a pre-war effort to weaken people as much as possible. What? Wait. What did it say?
People sense that there is a conflict that's brewing in America, especially after the release of the files. So maybe this is a pre-war effort to weaken people as much as possible. And
wait, what conflict? Like a civil war, you think? What good would that do? I must be missing something. What would be the purpose of that? They send out a bunch of extra ticks to make people sick, and that hurts Americans. Are they targeting specific areas of America? Like, what? I don't get it.
You know that the CIA has actually...
And he thinks it'll be Kash Patel? Like, does he think Kash Patel is targeting, like, conservatives? I don't get it.
Used ticks for this very purpose in other countries before, but don't let me get ahead of myself. And over these past 6 years, we have a lot of evidence to suggest this idea, because there's been something like a 5,000 to 10,000% increase in the amount of alpha-gal cases being reported just since the 2010s. That's not normal. So people have begun looking for a culprit, and rightfully so. And I think the most logical one would be none other than, of course he appears here, Bill Gates. Bill is...
What? Why? Oh, wait, huh?
Inhabiting a mortal body would look like and would do, from blotting out the sun with a missile to creating infected mosquito hordes. Bill Gates does it all. And to that end, we should discuss a company that shouldn't exist, but does. They do bio research on animals and develop some pretty detestable products, including but not limited to infecting insects and growing insects with bioengineered capabilities under the guise of quote-unquote reducing disease. But that's the same kind of logic that was applied to gain-of-function research. Hey guys, I promise we're doing this crazy research that can make an incredibly painful and terrible disease to fight against pandemics, not to cause them. And we all know how that went. In any case, this company was originally funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in the early 2010s. Officially...
So here's the thing, though. Bill Gates does population control shit. Like, he actually does do that. But only in Africa. Bill Gates is very concerned about overpopulation in one of planet Earth's continents, Africa. He does a lot of work to prevent that. And... yeah, this is about something happening in America. And it's like, I don't think you really know Bill Gates that well, dude. I don't think Bill Gates is going to be doing that here. He likes America getting this. Excuse me. Yeah, nearly 34K in under 48 hours seems like a lot to me. Yeah, it's decent. Yeah, definitely good. Like, it's like getting 24K in like 24 hours is, for me, really, really good. I'm not exactly sure how long it's been up for, but it's good. It's really good for him because he puts out so much. He's able to put out like a long, like, you know, videos about this length pretty frequently. So he's doing quite well, I would say, to me. But, you know, other people might do better. But I think the amount he's able to pump out of these is genuinely impressive.
It was to develop and grow massive swarms of mosquitoes and fleas to fight various diseases. They were and or are growing tens of millions of them a month, and in some cases per week. It's actually wild to see. They then release them into environments where they act as an invasive species, killing off the supposedly diseased mosquitoes. This same company several years later would receive even more millions from Gates in order for them to begin bioengineering a tick, specifically the Lone Star tick, being reserved in large part to the...
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to show this because I know this is fact checkers, aka government appointed liars, but it just seems like maybe we should look into what Snopes said. Have Missouri farmers reported finding boxes of ticks in fields? Snopes reached out to hundreds of Missouri officials to find answers. What do we think? What do we think before I scroll down? Did they find yes or no? Are these claims true? Oh wait, don't they usually give you like a yes or no? Beginning March 2026, social media users shared a rumor. Farmers are reporting boxes of ticks being found in fields. This should concern you. No evidence supported the rumor. Outlaw was unable to provide any proof to confirm the claim. Oh, this was okay, the rumor originated from a person identifying herself as a holistic doctor named, okay, so not a doctor, Sarah Outlaw, whose posts claimed farmers are reporting boxes of ticks. Okay. Outlaw was unable to provide any proof, saying she only received the information from a colleague, as opposed to directly from farmers, as she had first said in her post. She declined to provide any further details, citing others' privacy beyond alleging farmers reported tick boxes specifically in Missouri. Snopes reached out to hundreds of Missouri officials to ask whether they received any information regarding farmers finding boxes of ticks. As of this writing, no city or county officials confirmed any such reports, and more than 36 counties said they'd either received no reports of boxes of ticks or were unaware of any such activity. Can I please see the video that she said? Can I? What's this? Perma CC. No. Farmers. Oh yeah. So this is the original. Is there sound? Oh yeah. Oh, it's a song. Okay, I might get a copyright strike, so I won't play the song. But this is it. There's no box. There's a field. There's no ticks. There's no box. There is a field. There's some horses. Farmers are reporting boxes of ticks being found in field. Okay. Comments. The comments say anything? I mean, okay, well, it says there's 5,000, but I'm okay, whatever. Well, okay, that's not evidence. Searches for ticks in boxes. There are bait boxes. Okay, somebody said this in the chat earlier. Yeah, it's bait boxes. The small boxes attract rodents, carriers of tick-borne pathogens, and brush them with insecticide that can later kill ticks. The boxes in past years featured in Centers for Disease Control and Prevention research leave the rodents unharmed. They only kill the ticks. We've not seen any data suggesting farmers confused bait boxes with suspicious boxes filled with ticks. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Is there a picture of them I can see? No? Come on, CDC. How am I supposed to identify them? Tick bait boxes. Okay, they kind of look like it. No, this is not. This is a mouse bait box. Anatomy of a bait box. Oh yeah, okay. So it is one, kind of like one of these. Yeah. So the rodent goes in the hole, brushes off the ticks, goes through like a little car wash type thing to get food, gets the food, goes out, and the ticks get rubbed off on the little Velcro, arch. That's kind of nice. I like that it doesn't hurt the animal at all.
Start out as monsters, but they became monsters through the act of doing monsters.
Oh, sorry, this is the wrong video. I didn't mean to click on that one. We weren't going to watch that. There we go.
The eastern portion of the country, but just in the...
I'm starting to realize all Coop videos have the same song in the background, Bong, 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 bong. You'll hear it.
The past few years has grown in population dramatically, and like an invading army is making its way further across the nation. And this Lone Star tick just so happens to be the one that has alpha-gal and can spread alpha-gal. So Bill Gates has been funding the geoengineering of ticks for years. And
now that I've noticed the song, it's really affecting my ability to pay attention to Coop. All right, here we go.
This rapid increase in alpha-gal parallels very nicely with the rapid increase in Bill Gates' investment in
He's really, sounds like he's kind of scaring himself. You can hear him kind of shuddering. Alpha-gal, scary.
Paralleling the geoengineering of ticks for years. And this rapid increase in alpha-gal parallels very nicely with the rapid increase in Bill Gates' investment in Oxitec and their genetic engineering of insects. I have personal suspicion.
No, different thing.
That Bill Gates began funding this tick research
Why would he do this?
Officially did, but even in that timeline when he officially began funding Oxitec's tick research into Lone Star ticks, alpha-gal has grown about 5,500%. That's over 55 times in just the period of 2017 to 2022. Insofar as I can tell, we don't.
Hillary Clinton hired Russia to tick the box in the ballots. It was lost in translation. Now they're sending boxes of ticks. In Soviet Russia, makes sense, Yakov Smirnov style. In Soviet Russia, ticks box you. What? Over here, you box ticks. In Russia, we put ticks in boxes. No, wait. You tick the box. We box the ticks. There you go. Yeah.
We don't have any accurate contemporary data for the past couple of years, likely because it would show.
He said modifying mosquitoes is geoengineering. Yeah. No, I think he meant bioengineering.
An even more dramatic increase, but what we do have is enough to know that things are getting absolutely wild. Now, this may sound kooky, and you might be thinking, who is this guy on the other side of the screen yapping about ticks? And so I think it's worth letting Bill Gates discuss exactly what.
All right, I will say, I do think the Bill Gates thing is a completely, I think he's off there. But I mean, like, this is the sort of thing I could see. And I don't know about, like, you know, the elites or whatever in general, as if to say, like, oh, like rich people in America, you know, the power elite. I don't think that doesn't make sense to me that they would unleash ticks on their own people. However, I can totally see a government experimenting with ticks as a method of spreading disease, like biological warfare. Excuse me. Sorry. Oh, jeez. I think that I would be surprised if that hasn't happened. Okay, so let me throw Coop a little bone here. This is the sort of thing that maybe a foreign government is doing that to America. Maybe I could see that. I don't get it's because they want to start a civil war. That doesn't make sense. But I could maybe buy, like, Russia or someone was like, we need to just like slowly kill people in America. Maybe I could see them doing, like, the CIA has done shit like that in other countries. Yeah. Like, I can see someone experimenting with that here, whether it's Russia, I don't know, Israel, whoever is doing it. I could see it. I mean, probably not Israel. I don't really think that would really help them right now. But I mean, this is something I could see Israel doing in Gaza. You know what I mean? But, maybe it was the U.S. trying to do it, and then some of the evil ticks escaped or something like that. I don't know. I'm trying to steel man this argument by just being as pilled as possible. I still don't buy the Bill Gates connection that he's so certain of. But anyway.
What this Oxitec company does that he invests in, because he's such a freak, he actually posts this crap on his YouTube channel and discusses how.
So is that okay? Coop is saying that the government knows a civil war is inevitable, and they're using ticks to nerf the populace. So they're sort of saying, like, there's going to be a war, but let's, like, kill off as many people as possible so that the war isn't that intense or something. You know, if you get Lyme disease, you just get real tired, right? So that maybe is their angle? I don't know.
His little science slaves are growing these mosquitoes en masse by the millions, and even specifies how they do various kinds.
Bill Gates' science slaves? What?
of releases. And as you'll see, because it's pretty frightening to think that this could be done just by some random dude, they show a video of a guy riding a little moped in the middle of the street, and then he pulls open a plastic bottle, releases these mosquitoes, and then leaves. No one even notices what he was doing. And the video also shows the use of drones for aerial deployment of these mosquitoes into the air, infected with whatever Bill Gates chooses. And that's right, aerial deliveries, just like we are believing to be seeing happen with the ticks across America.
There's connecting the TikTok to the black helicopter TikTok is one of the most insane leaps I've seen Coop ever do.
These helicopters and weird metallic boxes of ticks. But I don't want to yap too much. Why don't you just watch the video for yourself?
Life cycle starts with the egg, and in this room we've got a lot of eggs. Each one of these strips, these tiny black dots, are up to 10,000 mosquito eggs. Across all of these strips, about 1.5 million dried eggs waiting to hatch. In this tray, we've got the newly hatched eggs. They're little larvae, so small you can hardly see them. They're going to sit in here for a few days and eat and get bigger until they look like these ones over here. They're starting to turn into...
This video is only 1/3 done. What could he possibly have to say for the next 20 fucking minutes? Good question.
Pupae. We're wanting to do the next step of sorting the males from the females. We want to do that.
But yeah, I mean, mosquitoes are actually quite a lot different from ticks. Yeah, okay, hang on. What's the Bill Gates mosquito thing? What's the Bill Gates mosquito thing? From gatesnotes.com. Breeding 30 million mosquitoes a week. Oh, geez, I got too many things open. Hang on. Here's why. Okay, what are they trying to do? Inside a 2-story brick building in Medellin, Colombia, scientists worked long hours in muggy labs, breeding insects and millions of mosquitoes. Why? Then they released them across the country. This might sound like the beginning of a Hollywood writer's horror plot, but it's not. It's real. And they're doing it to save and improve millions of lives. Here's how they do it. The mosquitoes being produced in this factory carry bacteria called Wolbachia. Wolbachia. It sounds like a Klingon language or something. That block them from transmitting dengue and other viruses such as Zika, chikungunya, and yellow fever to humans. Oh, great. By releasing them to reproduce with wild mosquitoes, they spread the bacteria, reducing virus transmission and protecting millions of people from illness. Oh, great. Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds good then. I don't want to get that. See, okay. This randomized controlled trial conducted in Yogyakarta, Indonesia, found that Wolbachia carrying mosquitoes reduced the number of dengue cases in the city by 77% and dengue hospitalizations by 86%. In a study in Medellin, dengue cases have declined by 89%. Great. Yeah, that actually sounds good. World Mosquito Program, releasing these mosquitoes in 11 countries: Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, Australia, Fiji, Kiribati, New Caledonia, and Vanuatu. So we got South America, Southeast Asia, South Asia, and Australia, and Africa. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, I mean, that seems good. And is this something that Bill Gates is doing? I guess this is Bill Gates doing this. It's on Bill Gates' website, Gates Notes. This article is apparently written by Bill Gates. Okay, I mean, sure. There are worse things for Bill Gates to spend his money and time on. At least he's not trying to get fucking charter schools to become a thing again.
So we can manipulate the sex ratio in the cage.
Oh, seriously, Hot Goblin? You've had chikungunya, aka Chick V. It was horrible. You've also had dengue? Jeez, I didn't know that. Isn't that something you should disclose to someone when you start dating them? I probably did know that. I just forgot.
To be more female than male. The bottom ones along here are the boys, and the ones at the top are the girls. They're bigger.
Why are they cutting up their organizing their mosquitoes like they're cutting up lines of coke? What the hell is this? The boy mosquitoes and the girl mosquitoes. Yeah, just get your credit card out.
Along here are the boys, and the ones at the top are the girls. They're bigger. From here, they're going into the adult cages. We have adults that we continuously grow in what we call our brood stock. And then over here...
That was horrifying. No amount of quirky music and like fun, charming editing will make that extreme close-up and like all stereo like buzzing sound less terrifying.
Continuously grow in what we call our brood stock. And then over here, we have
brood stock. Oh,
the mass-produced mosquitoes getting ready to give us the eggs to go out directly into the field. It's crazy how they sound. You might wonder, what do we feed all these mosquitoes here? Well,
wow, it's funny. Coop is playing like a full video here. He's like, but I've talked enough. I think you should listen to this full video from Bill Gates' page.
I can tell you, we've got the good stuff in here. On the top shelf, literally, we've got the blood. They love it. Once the mosquitoes are grown, they're ready to go out into the field. The first way is to get the eggs and package them in a gelatin capsule with food. Voila. There's 300 eggs in here and enough food for the mosquitoes to be able to grow. They just need to be dropped in water. The other approach is to take the adults themselves. Here we have 300, and they can be released off the back of a motorbike.
Wow, I like it. It's like an Uber driver that delivers it.
Here we have 300, and they...
World Mosquito Program. Yeah. Put like a baby on board sign in the back, but it's like mosquito on board, because please don't hit that guy's bike and open up that box. That's a tick box right there. Imagine if it was like Uber Eats backpacks being found in fields by
farmers. Can be released off the back.
That's say World Tick Program, Civil War thinning of the herd device.
The motorbike.
Yeah. No, we are still watching a Coop video.
Or even packaged into a drone for aerial release.
And I do find it telling that Bill Gates has...
And now we're back. Oh, I find it telling Bill Gates has the comments turned off.
Comments turned off on this video on his channel. And I got to imagine it's probably not because...
It must be because people have been accusing him of releasing thousands of ticks in boxes. That must be why.
We're very kind and praising his work. So there you have it.
That's him with Larry Wachowski, Epstein's pilot.
A guy who has spent all sorts of time with Epstein and at his properties, genetically modifying creatures for release across the world. Doesn't help me to sleep any better at night. But there is another angle to this, because we do know they have an avowed hatred for man, and Bill Gates has discussed many times his desire to reduce the global population, including via vaccination, and how he wants to use mosquitoes to spread drugs people don't want to take themselves, because free will? What does that even matter anymore? All of that aside though, there's something very unique about alpha-gal, because it's attacking the human ability to consume red meat, an ancient and primordial desire, and something essential for proper development of the human.
Okay, and I will say, just to give Coop a little benefit of the doubt here, I also find that horrifying. And I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I got vaccines, I got boosters, but I don't like the idea that the government could just pump up a bunch of mosquitoes with a chemical and be like, yeah, now everybody's just going to get it. People are going to get that vaccine. I don't know. It also doesn't really seem like I don't know, that doesn't seem realistic to me, right? Like, how much of a vaccine would a mosquito's body even be able to, like, mosquitoes like suck your blood. They don't really give you stuff back, right? Anyway, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Maybe it is possible, but I am also afraid of that. I don't really want the government to have that much power, right? I don't know. I'm kind of on board with that fear. And according to that article that he showed on screen, that did seem to be something that Bill Gates was considering, and I don't like that.
Such an obscure thing to want to spread that you'd have to be truly evil and have a specific agenda to do it. And very obviously, the agenda...
Yeah, great question, students. Why ticks and not mosquitoes? I mean, ticks, that is so much more... That is so much worse than... Like, mosquitoes will be a way better way to do something like this. Whatever he thinks that they're trying to do. Like, ticks, like, it's so hard to get ticks, right? So hard to get ticks.
It would be to have people consuming less red meat, and Bill Gates is very obviously leading that charge, considering he is heavily invested in the synthetic meat industry. And just saying synthetic meat industry makes me realize we really live in the dystopia our forefathers warned us of. And it doesn't take much to imagine that a guy willing to kill millions and who has admitted to it, really billions via these vaccination plans, for profit and for the quote-unquote greater good.
First, we've got...
How have we allowed it to get this bad? It's on screen.
Population. The world today has 6.8
Wait, what the hell is this? CO2 equals population times...
billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
Would definitely be willing to infect people with a disease that makes them have to find a substitute for red meat in animal products. The kind of synthetic products Bill Gates literally sells. And we all know the fake meats sell terribly, have a really tiny customer base because they suck in every regard. So by infecting...
No, they don't. Wait. Fake meats don't sell, he says?
Kind of synthetic products Bill Gates literally sells. And we all know the fake meats sell terribly, have a really tiny customer base because they suck in every regard.
What are you talking about, dude? You didn't try the Beyond Meat shit? It's good, man. Come on, dude. It's good, okay? And as a vegetarian, it lets me feel like less of a weirdo when I go to a fucking party and barbecue's on. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm just a regular guy eating a burger just like you guys. I don't want to be eating like a fucking brick of tofu. Come on, dude. Why you gotta be mean to it? There's a huge industry, okay? There's a lot of vegetarians and vegans out there that don't want to eat meat, man. Why are you being like nobody likes them? They do like them, man. And right now they're better than ever, dude. I've been suffering along eating the fucking Eve's bullshit, okay? I've been having some of those like fucking like black bean fucking mushroom patty fucking, you know, all these like fake burgers that don't even taste like meat. It was like, I don't want to do that. I want to eat something that tastes like animal's flesh, but without the guilt. And that's fine, okay? I should be allowed to do that, all right? I should be allowed, people are judging me for it, but that's fine, okay? I want to eat a fucking hot dog that's like, you know, I want it to be made out of soy buttholes, you know? I want like trash meat, okay? I think vegetarians deserve that. The end of a long day, I just want to have some overly processed vegan cheese, okay? I don't care. I'll throw it in my fucking vegan craft dinner, throw some of that cheesy powder on there, and eat like shit and get diarrhea. And at the same time, I will know that I didn't, and no animal was harmed to bring me that exquisite trash, all right? Coop. Sorry, I'm going. I might. This may be a personal thing for me, but I'm upset. I'm upset. Yeah. Thank you, Jason B. 809. I will go off. If cloned meat or whatever becomes cheaper than slaughtered meat, I do think that would be one of humanity's greatest accomplishments. Oh yeah, for sure. And I would eat the shit out of that shit. I would chomp that shit down. I would eat meat grown in the lab. I would eat anything from that evil mad scientist laboratory that grows like, I don't know, burgers with a beating heart or something. You know, I'd eat that. Yeah. That sounds good. What the fuck is it? Does Bill Gates sell fake meat? Does he? I don't even think he does. Fake meat? Or meat replacement, or whatever you call it? I just typed in fake meat. He advocates for rich countries to transition to 100% synthetic beef. No proof of a study found lab-grown meat funded by Bill Gates. People are just like making up reasons to hate lab-grown meat. There is nothing wrong with lab-grown meat. There's no argument against it. There's no argument against it. If it tastes as good as real meat, why wouldn't you eat it? There's no reason. I mean, if it tastes as good as real meat and it's the same price, those are kind of like the two barriers. Why wouldn't you? There's no argument against it, so they got to make shit up. They got to be like, oh, Bill Gates, the evil guy did it. George Soros made it, personally.
So by infecting hundreds of thousands and eventually millions or tens of millions of people, you're really just building a massive customer base and banking on them buying your product in the future. It's pretty big.
Fake meat is not failing. Don't tell me that. God. I remember when KFC got like a plant-based burger. Oh, I was so happy. I had it so much, and then they gave it up after like less than a year. Those are the days when me and Goblin Queen could go to KFC and both leave happy.
basic dot connecting, I will admit, but it's not just that. The alpha gal is one thing, and it's certainly gotten a lot of attention, but a lot of these ticks also carry Lyme disease, as we mentioned earlier. And Lyme disease is so unique because it just eats away at you, is treated as if it doesn't exist by insurance companies.
What? That's fucked. Seriously? I didn't know this. Lyme disease treatment isn't covered by, like, U.S. You guys got to sort your country out, man. Please. Please elect one Democratic Socialist at least. You gotta get that shit sorted out, okay? Get rid of the entire industry of health insurance. Single payer, please. I beg you. This is like the one thing this is the main reason why I don't live in the U.S. Because there's so many reasons I would love to live in the U.S., honestly. Like, despite everything. But this shit, oh my God. You guys don't have free healthcare? That's ridiculous. I hope you guys are embarrassed about that. And this is bullshit. Like, Lyme disease is so intense. Why wouldn't it be covered?
For years, didn't even remotely get the attention it deserved by the medical industry. But now, suddenly, in tandem with the dramatic rise in ticks across the country, unprecedented in any point in history, Pfizer has decided to begin developing vaccines. And very specifically, for April of just this year, they discussed how they're going to develop a vaccine to help fight ticks.
What is he even saying here? He's like, it wasn't taken seriously, and now, finally, in 2026, they finally have a Lyme disease vaccine. It's like, okay, so then they're fighting it then. What do you mean?
Tick-borne illnesses, specifically Lyme disease, via vaccination. My oh my, is that not convenient? A company that has proven itself so evil in its nature, who has proven how absolutely down they are to capitalize on destruction in just the past several years, is now suddenly developing a tick vaccine in tandem with a massive, presumably artificial spike in the number of ticks. That
presumably artificial.
Really, really convenient. So now we're going to have more customers and more desperate people who come knocking at the door of Pfizer for their jabs of various kinds. What a world we live in. And funny enough, we all know it's not even the first time the government and big corporations have created diseases which they transmit, but it's not even remotely the first time they've created diseases.
And this is a thing that, so this was a thing during COVID where doctors would make these like dance videos or whatever. Nurses would make these dance videos, right? And then conservatives, or, not even conservatives, but like very mentally addled, like pilled, conspiratorial minded people saw this as like, oh, there's no disease. That's why they're able to dance and make these videos. And it's like, bro, these people who are working in the hospitals during a global pandemic where like they are our fucking last line of defense against this sort of fucking global disaster. They're seeing dead bodies and shit. They're working overtime. There's not enough ventilators for everyone. They got to make hard decisions. They're basically like at war. They're basically bonding like fucking band of brothers, These nurses are living through hell to save the fucking humanity. And when you do that, you bond in a way, and you need to release stress. And I know what it's like, because I was a telemarketer for a while, which is also really stressful. And you do grow bonds with the people who you work with. And I'm just kidding, by the way. I'm not comparing that. I don't think it's as bad or whatever. But you do silly shit like this. You make your little dances. You whatever. You record some TikToks. You do your shit. You got a hard job. You work together. Two things happen. You become very close. You become like family with the people. You become like war buddies. The second thing that happens, you do a bunch of silly shit to blow off steam and prevent yourself from going insane. But anyway, a lot of people, this is why Coop was playing these videos, because he's like, hospitals are fake. Actually, hospitals are fake. And when you look at these nurses, I think you'd agree. They're fake, and they don't actually do work. All they do is dance. Nurses are only dancers. They only learn how to dance, and they never did anything to help me.
They transmit via ticks. Indeed, let's take a look at Plum Island. If you don't recognize...
Hey, somebody called it. Who said this? Who called Plum Island? Somebody called Plum Island. Who did it? Oh, geez, did I scroll up too far? I'm slowly trying to realize. Somebody was like, I bet he's going to bring up Plum Island. I'm pretty sure he's going to bring up Plum Island. Okay, I cannot find out who did it, but whoever did it, you did it. You did it.
Don't worry, you weren't meant to. But my New England viewers might, because it's one of those things that a lot of people know about but don't speak about.
Ian, he'll probably mention Plum Island. You're right. He did. And now let's find out what the hell is Plum Island.
Because the story of Plum Island Laboratories is so dark. Better known as the Plum Island Animal Disease Center, it is ostensibly a federal research site dedicated to the study of foreign animal diseases of livestock. It's meant to, in theory, protect our food supply from naturally occurring or unnaturally occurring diseases. In reality, they were doing some bioengineering and weapons research on various animals, including deer, cattle, birds, and yes, ticks. Some of the research included bioweapons used against other nations' livestock, which is a literal war crime.
Okay, so this is like a real thing then, right? Plum Island? Sorry, I actually don't know anything about Plum Island. And I sound just like that. Well, but okay, so this is like a real thing. They were using ticks as biological weapons. Okay. Okay, hey, listen, to be fair to me, I didn't say this entire video was stupid bullshit. I did say maybe this is possible. I could see it being, biological warfare.
The most popular president in U.S. history. And many might suggest that Plum Island is just a creature of its time, and to some degree that might be true, but if it were, then it is among the worst of its kind. Of its time, because despite consisting of over 840 acres and 70 plus buildings.
Okay, sorry, hang on. Plum Island, the site of the Plum Island Animal Disease Center. Should I maybe look at that? Plum Island Animal Disease Center? Study of foreign animal diseases of livestock. Oh, is this like a gain of function type thing? Okay, Plum Island, location history. A whistleblower raised safety concerns at the facility, was fired. He discusses concerns with aides Senator Hillary Clinton. Great, great. Chuck Schumer negotiated. Oh, jeez. Okay, but what was the thing? Diagnosis research. I would like to know. Performing diagnostic testing of samples collected from U.S. livestock. Biological weapons research. Okay, here we go. The original anti-animal biological weapons mission was to establish and pursue a program of research and development of certain anti-animal agents, biological weapon agents. From 1954, damn. The USDA facility worked on biological warfare research until the U.S. program was ended by Nixon in 1969. The bioweapons research at Building 257, which is also a link here, shrouded in an aura of mystery and secrecy. The existence of biological warfare experiments on Plum Island during the Cold War era was denied for decades by the U.S. government. Okay, like that's what I'm saying. This does sound like shit that the U.S. would do. Like this is some Cold War shit. This is some shit they're like, how are we going to fuck up the Russians? How are we going to fuck up the Russians? We got to figure it out. Oh, really? Wait, so Building 257 just redirects to Plum Island. Okay, well, that's not. You don't need to have a link on it. I'm on this page. See, this makes sense. I told you I thought the U.S. government might do something shit like this to another country. Stupidly, they're doing these experiments very close to like the U.S. Like you could swim to New York. I mean, it seems crazy to be doing insect experiments this close to, the mainland, but or is it close? Oh yeah, it's really close. It's like, look there. It's like right next to Long Island. That's crazy. Really? Okay, yeah, off the eastern tip of Long Island. That's nuts. Bro, you're getting fucking giving insects like bio warfare diseases, and you're like a short dunk in the water away from Long Island? Jesus. All right. Okay.
Buildings. A ton of the research on these animals happened outside, allowing these animals to even go so far as to breed with local populations. Negligence
That's
or
wild.
willful and intentional destruction of the populations is up to you. Intentional or not, we know that the ticks researched on and the animals researched on at Plum Labs has caused the countless deaths and destroyed lives of more people than you can even imagine. Because just wait until you hear this. In the 1960s and really early 70s, Plum Laboratories began researching on something known as Borrelia, which would later become known as Lyme disease because of the first reported cases of Lyme disease in Lyme, Connecticut in the 1970s. What's curious though is that Lyme disease has, technically speaking, always existed, but had never really been seen in humans at all until the 1970s when it was first reported in Lyme, Connecticut, hence where its name came.
Here's what, 275 Loop is saying, wait till you find out how Lyme's disease started. Okay. All right, here it is. Started in 1970s from Lyme, Connecticut. Is this connected to the CIA?
From. Now, people in the 70s maybe had a little more trust in their government and didn't think to ask twice. However, we now know that there's certainly something going on. Because just in that tiny brief period between 1970 and 1972, Lyme disease began to skyrocket and shoot across the entire country. And now let's bring these stories together. We got this lab researching Lyme disease, and then suddenly Lyme disease starts breaking out all over the country. Well, if I were to show you a map of where Plum Island is and where Lyme, Connecticut is, you would quickly realize that they're about 13 miles apart. And if you were to look at the map of Lyme disease in the world, and in America really, you would see that, oh, how funny is that? The pinpoint is Plum Island in Lyme, Connecticut. And what we know is that the deer who ticks often travel on, would often swim to and fro Plum Island and mate with one another.
Oh,
so ticks
no.
began spreading.
Oh no! Is that a swimming deer? Oh God! Guys, I'm sorry to say, I'm a little bit convinced by this.
Rapidly. The question then becomes of whether or not this was intentional or unintentional, and I think many of us now know.
But wait, why would it go to Connecticut? Was that, sorry, did I miss something? Did he connect it to Connecticut? Did he do the Connecticut connection?
Because of the last several years, intentional is very likely the most reasonable answer. And if you need an expert
all right, so obviously he thinks COVID was an on-purpose thing too.
In this matter, which we have, there's a fellow named Richard Endress, a bloke who is deeply involved with the institution.
A bloke? You ever hear someone say bloke in an American accent? This guy's a real bloke who never is like, what the hell? Why are you saying it like that? You've been reading too much P.G. Wodehouse or something.
Contained over 200,000 soft and hard ticks of varying species in tick nurseries on the Plum Island and in their laboratories, and personally collected ticks from as far away as Cameroon, Africa. Why on earth the government needed to do this? Well,
wait, sorry. Well, I missed what he's saying. They collected over 200,000 soft and hard ticks of varying species in tick nurseries on Plum Island, personally collected from locations as far away as Cameroon, Africa. Well, I mean, yeah, they were doing biological warfare. What do you mean? They're trying to study all these tick diseases. Why are they doing this? Because they wanted to fuck people up.
Way as Cameroon, Africa. Why on earth the government needed to do this? Well,
no, it's very clear they were doing biological warfare. Like that. It's what you expected. It's like pretty open.
I think we're seeing some of the fruits today, but there are also other examples of where else this has happened. And like I said,
and sorry, wait, I just gotta check. It's yeah, so 69. That's when Nixon shut it down, right? 1969, and Lyme disease started in 1970 or something. The 70s. Huh. Interesting. I don't.
Cameroon, Africa. Why on earth the government needed to do this?
See, this is crazy that he waited until this long into the video to get into this stuff. Why is the first part of the video just like, look at these TikToks I saw that scared me. I saw 3 TikToks in a row that seemed connected to me, and I put them together, and I'm not really going to justify why. And then here's like 10 minutes of just a video from Bill Gates' YouTube channel that's really just about mosquitoes. It really doesn't have anything to do with ticks. And then now he's like 20 minutes in, and it's like the first time I'm like, oh shit, really? Wow, okay, Plum Island, huh? Lyme disease, you say?
Well, I think we're seeing some of the fruits today, but there are also other examples of where else this has happened. And like I said, though, this was taboo to discuss for a long time, but at this point, we live in a period where the government barely hides anything, and so...
So you think they're going to spread tick... Like, this is the stupidest part. The tick boxes. They're like, oh, yeah. You know, before we spread Lyme disease from deer swimming across the, narrow passage over there. But now I think we'll simplify it by just getting a bunch of ticks, putting them in metal boxes, and sneaking them onto rural farming properties.
This shouldn't even be that shocking, but let's continue. Recently, we have a CIA document.
Oh, yeah, no, we got ticks here. I got a friend who has Lyme disease. And Avril Lavigne's Canadian. She got Lyme disease, I think. Yeah, we got ticks here. We got him. We got him. Frenemies podcast with Goblin and Coop. Yeah. Hey, it could happen. It could happen. I'm open to it.
Dump that shows us just how bad the situation was. For instance, the government had released...
This is like the way that I would want him to structure his things is to start off with this stuff. Like maybe do a tease at the beginning that he's going to get into the more crazy shit. But he starts out with the craziest, dumbest shit. And then like 2/3 into the video, he's like, by the way, this is actually somewhat based in reality, you know?
Over 280,000 radioactive ticks into Virginia to see how far they would spread, and were able to then trace the development of their populations and their spread across the United States because they had this radioactive carbon-14 in them. Now, why the government would need to know how ticks would spread, if diseased, across America?
I mean, that does seem useful. Why would that be suspicious? Why does the government need to know how ticks spread? And it's like, that seems really useful. If the ticks get a disease, like you are afraid that they have, wouldn't we want to know about how it spread?
I just want you to put that one together for what we're talking about today, because it seems like they've been preparing for something for a long time. And from that, we now have to ask ourselves just how many American lives were destroyed by the effects of these ticks, which carried Lyme disease as well as radioactive elements.
Oh, prepared by limebook.com. Let's just quickly check that out. Limebook.com. Whoa. What's this? Learn more about Brian's favorite frequency device. Lyme disease educational resources. Are you a Lyme disease beginner? Okay, so far this doesn't seem that insane. Oh, cannabis for Lyme disease. Okay. Insights into Lyme disease treatment. Treatment of chronic Lyme disease. I mean, yeah, Lyme disease seems really messed up. I'm sure there's like a huge market for like grifters and, you know, charlatans and frauds with Lyme disease because like they just don't know what to do with it. Like once you get it, the doctor's just like, yeah, that sucks. Yeah, you got Lyme disease. Damn, sucks to be you, man. I'm sorry. So of course there's going to be people like, you can just smoke weed. Smoke your way out of it. Get a watch. Buy a watch that has, I don't know, buy this special Fitbit. I'm a little bit confused as how to navigate this. But anyway, okay, whatever. 10 top Lyme doctors share their newest healing strategies. Okay. Some of these guys look like doctors, especially the one guy with the lab coat on. Well, anyway, okay, I give up. Tell us more about it.
And these people will never get the justice they deserve, at least not for a very, very long time. But it does get darker. In the 1960s, the CIA and more declassified documents we've learned about, and the testimony of a former CIA op, describe the use of ticks in acts of war. Really acts of war crimes. And the goal of the mission we're going to discuss was to destabilize Fidel Castro and his country. Fidel being someone you...
Didn't I say Cold War shit? Or did I? I actually don't remember if I did. But this, I was thinking, I can imagine them doing Cold War shit with this and being like, oh, let's release a bunch of bugs in Cuba and let's try that. What if we could get evil ticks? Or like even more evil ticks that have even more messed up diseases and then just like bring them on a box to Cuba. Like really, like that would not be the most insane plan the CIA ever had. Yeah, like I can totally see them doing that shit.
You cannot convince me is not Justin Trudeau's actual father. And now we have an operative who later came out and spoke about...
My favorite conspiracy theory of all time is that Fidel Castro is secretly the father of Justin Trudeau. Number one reason why I like it is they do genuinely look the same. Like this is like Epstein and Eric Lindman. You know, they look like the same guy. It's very uncanny. The second reason I like it is because the people who believe it, they sort of imply that they believe that communism is genetically inheritable. And that, I think, is just like the chef's kiss, the cherry on top of the sundae. It really completes this. Easily my favorite conspiracy theory of all time. I love it. I love it. My fiance's father believes this as well, with his whole heart.
This to a researcher, and he says that the strangest thing he ever did while working for the CIA was fly a C-130, which is a massive military transport plane, over Cuba, where he then dropped infected ticks into the sugarcane fields and onto sugarcane workers.
Wait, what? This actually happened? Sorry, I stopped paying attention. Wait.
Operative who later came out and spoke about this to a researcher, not Justin Trudeau's actual father. And now we have an operative who later came out and spoke about this to a researcher, and he says that the strangest thing he ever did while working for the CIA was fly a C-130, which is a massive military transport plane, over Cuba, where he then dropped infected ticks into the sugarcane fields and onto sugarcane workers. Evil incarnate.
What?
Sure.
I had never heard of that, but that does not mean that didn't happen. I don't even know what to search for there. I don't know. CIA dropped ticks into Cuba. Operation Mongoose? Well, of course I know Operation Mongoose. Ticks? Oh, spelled ticks wrong. No, ticks are nowhere on this page. Nope. Dang it. Oh, wow. During Operation Mongoose, the CIA... Okay, I don't really like the AI. I gotta turn it off. The secret history of... Okay, from corporate crime to... Okay, this is what DuckDuckGo's AI told me is a good source. What does my source rater say? Oh, no, it doesn't know. Yes, okay. Chris Newby took a vacation to Martha's Vineyard. They got 2 tick-borne diseases, her and her husband, and then she wrote a book about how the CIA... I was at a random family party in Texas, and I met a guy in his 70s. I asked him, where did you work before you retired? And he said, I was in Black Ops in the CIA. And he told me some of the horrible things he did in Vietnam, and at the end of that riff, he said, but the strangest thing I ever did was drop infected ticks on Cuban sugarcane workers in 1962. He had no idea. I just spent 5 years of my life researching life. So literally the source is a guy that some woman met at a party. Okay. I mean, the book sounds interesting. Bitten, The Secret History of Lyme Disease and Biological Weapons. Actually, that sounds so interesting. But, that is not a good source. I'm sorry. 4.7 out of 5 stars? That's so good. Get out of here. Oh, wow. Why is it giving this to me in Jamaican dollars? That's crazy. The true story dives into the mystery surrounding one of the most controversial misdiagnosed conditions of our time, Lyme disease. Science writer. Okay, I mean, I don't know. It sounds crazy, but I'm not sure. Oh, okay, so she's only written 1 book? At least that's on Amazon? Huh. Interesting. Again, I feel like Lyme disease is particularly people with Lyme disease are vulnerable to conspiracies. It makes sense to me that a disease like Lyme disease that's very frustrating and people don't know why it happens. People don't have a specific answer to it. And when you're in that position, you become especially vulnerable to cranks because you of course will be looking for an answer. You'll be looking for something, and you're going to be given a bunch of fake, snake oil, fake cures. Oh, buy my book, and I'll tell you how I defeated Lyme disease by only eating lemons. You got to stop eating lime. That's actually, you know, bullshit like that. You're like, okay, I'll try it. I'll try anything. My doctor's got nothing for me. And at the same time, you're probably also going to be more susceptible to like crazy conspiracy theories. Now, that doesn't mean just because the conspiracy theories are crazy doesn't mean that they're not right. You know, at least some of this I think is true. I just don't know what part is true and what part is fake. But I will say I don't think if this is the only source, someone that Chris Newby met at a barbecue, an old man she met at a barbecue who told her he was in Black Ops. That's not a good source. And also I don't trust shit that the CIA says. And I'm also pissed that frickin' DuckDuckGo was like, yes, Lyme disease, it's true. Lyme disease does come from, the CIA did make Lyme disease or whatever. What did I just search up? CIA ticks Cuba, something like that, right? The CIA was involved in experiments with weaponized ticks. Well, they also give me a Wikipedia link. I'm going to go ahead and, how do I turn this off forever? Yeah, there we go. Never. I do not need this. No more search assist. Because this is giving me bad information. And I already went to this page and it doesn't say anything about ticks. Okay, so don't, come on. You're leading me astray here.
But also.
And how did Coop say it again? He's like, we have an operative. We don't have an operative.
Which is a massive military transport plane over work. We have an operative who later came out and
that's how he cites it. We have an operative who says he dropped ticks from a. It's like we don't have an operative. A lady that wrote a book met an old man at a party who told her this shit that may have been a dementia-addled like hallucination he was having, or he was just trying to be cool and impress a girl who someone told him had been studying ticks.
Spoke about this to a researcher, and he says that the strangest thing he ever did while working for the CIA was fly a C-130, which is a massive military transport plane, over Cuba, where he then dropped infected ticks into the sugarcane fields and onto
such a vague citation. Coop, come on.
Sugarcane workers. Evil incarnate, sure, but also a clue at some
incarnate? Evil incarnate?
Fields and onto sugarcane workers. Evil incarnate, sure.
Evil incarnate. Like evil in the milk carton.
But also a clue at something more. For decades, the government has been using these insects for utterly horrific acts, including against people, and then...
Yeah, imagine that could be a slogan if they came up with evil milk. It'd be like evil in carton. That'd be cool. I would buy that. Chocolate milk, evil in carton. I love chocolate milk. I drink so much of that shit.
And who knows how bad the damage is against those people and how weakened the populations were because of this. Now this should be hinting and really just
really, Vim Vom Voom. DJT signed an order to review and report tick bioweapons which might have led to this conspiracy hole? Interesting. Very interesting.
You right in the face.
Hell yeah, Skeletino, my fellow Canadian. Cartons are evil.
Because the government has literally done these exact same things before that they are now being accused of doing. Dropped boxes of ticks on people to cause damage and instability at a massive scale. And for decades, this has been the case, and people were, in all likelihood, even killed, not just injured because of this massive deployment of ticks. And I really want to hone in on the idea of a C-130 dropping ticks, because that's just wild, as you wouldn't need that big of a plane unless the payload is massive and heavy. Otherwise,
and you know, like I said, I don't trust the source, and looking into it, it seems extremely dubious to me, but this is the type of shit that the CIA this is like the exact type of Cold War Operation Mongoose ass fucking let's kill Castro by gifting him a scuba suit that's been rubbed with like smallpox powder. You know, this is the type of shit that they would do. 100%. I just don't believe the source that I was able to find on it.
It would have been far easier to fly some Beechcraft and toss the box of ticks out the window, especially because this Fed goes on to describe how he had to fly so low to avoid the radar in Cuba that he was almost skimming the surface of the Caribbean. So then how many ticks were they dropping to risk that guy, plane, and that mission and being caught? It must have been an immense amount of ticks, really kind of unimaginable about, in all honesty. But somehow this story actually does get more insane from here. Upon getting home, this Fed tells us that his 4-month-old son developed a life-threatening fever that required emergency surgery.
Sorry. I just was looking up his sources here, and I think this is this is where he got it. From it's not even, I guess he didn't read the book, but I think he got the thing about, this is that book that I was just looking up by Chris Newby. And he's citing, for a video where he's like, the elites can't be trusted. His first source is from Martha's Vineyard magazine. This is where Lynn Forrester the Rothschild lives. And Alan Dershowitz. Coop. This is your source? Like, at least cite the book. This is where it says Cuba, right? It's gonna say, yeah. We know the government put dangerous germs and ticks and dropped them on Cuba for sure. Oh, okay, wait. We do know that? We know that. Those open-air tick drops you document in the book are almost as astounding as the images of Willy Bergdorfer force-feeding ticks with diseases. Okay, well, you know what? I guess maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I don't know. She does seem a lot more confident about it than in that other article where she's just like, I heard it from an old man I met. She just says, we know they put dangerous germs and ticks and dropped them on Cuba. Huh. Okay. Maybe I have to read the book. Fuck. It's such a niche topic, but it is interesting. Okay. And she believes COVID-19 it's possible that some scientist was manipulating this bat virus genome and it escaped from the lab. Okay. So she's like a lab leak hypothesis girly. Or, you know, maybe, she's saying it's possible. And I mean, like, who could disagree with that, really? Anyway. Okay. Yeah, I'm a little bit... I don't know. I'm still quite skeptical. I don't know. I got to read the book, I guess. All right. Sorry. Let's continue.
Something I wouldn't wish upon any child. Upon relaying this news to his CIA commander, however, his commander told him to, quote, burn all clothes you took to Cuba. Burn everything. Obviously displaying concern over contamination. So now we have to ask, what exactly was on those ticks? And what were they infected with? To the point that just having been near them, the pilot had caused his young child to become deeply sick and destroy his immune system to the point that it required a surgery and the child nearly died. One of the most unique tangents, though, about this whole story comes when recounting the tale of someone named Wiley Bergendorfer, a guy who is very complicated and is a fellow that did a lot of work for the government and did a lot of their bidding and helped create these very diseases.
I like how he's saying bloke and fellow. I'm like, are you British? Are you putting on an American accent? What's going on here? It's like, and you might notice Lyme disease is ruddy, terrible, whatever. He's like, and could you spare a halfpenny, governor, for the needy?
We are now seeing play out today. Publicly, Willie is credited with isolating the bacterium that causes Lyme disease, but his research showed that there was a second bacterial agent hidden.
Oh, he called this guy Wiley Bergdorfer. His name's Willie. He's already got a ridiculous last name. You gotta call him Wiley.
In this Lyme disease thing known as the Swiss agent. And this part of his research likely proves that it's this Swiss agent that causes the damage of Lyme disease, because Lyme disease had existed forever. It just happens that in the 70s with all this bio research, it got really bad. leaving many to believe it was created in a lab. In any case, before I go on too long of a rant, what we know is that this part of his research would not be included in the publication about Lyme disease, and has since been a huge factor in why Lyme disease is so unsuccessfully treated, because people don't know exactly what they are dealing with. And interestingly, in 2014, researchers discovered troves of documents that Willie had left hidden behind, detailing his findings. He had hidden them in his garage, and they are cryptic to say the least, and prove that Willie was likely involved in all sorts of things even beyond Lyme disease. But as a young researcher, we know that he didn't make very much money, and he had a sick wife and kids to take care of. And that sick wife, I do have to wonder and postulate if it's possible that she was infected by Lyme disease or something else Willie was working on way before anyone else was, because Willie, you know, was next to all these diseases. In any case though, Willie's life made a drastic turn after attending a conference that included a bunch of Soviet scientists. While at this conference, Willie set up a Swiss bank account no one knew about and left the deposit info over there. He would proceed to live out a life of luxury, expanding his house, providing an incredible family, going from barely being able to afford to take care of his wife to building a bigger house, getting her the best care, putting his kids through college. It all just seemed to fall into his lap at one time. And by the end of his life, it had been such that Willie was able to leave an impossibly large amount of money behind for his family, especially for a guy who had worked as a public servant for basically his entire life, which has caused many, myself included, to suspect that he was also working for the Soviet Union, or that the government of the United States was paying him off for the work that he had done. As such, he's an ever more complicated character, and
oof, I gotta be honest, I totally lost him there. What's he talking about? Oh god.
We might not ever fully know just what he did and what he was up to. And arguably
Wiley or Willie, he thinks he was either a Soviet spy or he was working for the U.S. government. All right.
Favorite bit of information though about Willie's contribution to what we are seeing presently is a note that he left on a box of lab documents hidden in his garage. The note is on screen and reads as follows: I wondered why somebody didn't do anything. Then I realized that I am somebody. Underlined. What that means, I don't know, but I can only assume. Needless to say, this makes Willie seem like a very conflicted fellow. But in the end, he probably did the right thing, because he was not killed, as he didn't go out and tell everybody and be a whistleblower. He waited, he stored up all the evidence and left it behind for people to see. And there is research now beginning into what this Swiss agent really is and where it came from. And it's very possible that this could be the thing that cures people's Lyme disease and prevents it from spreading more in the future, as it is pretty obviously a bioweapon. There is actually a great
Okay. I don't know if you can say it like that, but maybe.
Book on this called Bitten. I'd recommend reading it.
Oh, there you go. Okay, Bitten.
I haven't yet, but I plan to. And
He's like, there's a great book on this named Bitten. Highly recommend reading it. I haven't myself, but I want to. I did read an article on my favorite website, Martha's Vineyard magazine. It's my homepage.
And downloaded it. To add even more color to the story, there's actually an elusive interview out there done about a year before Willie passed, and unfortunately I was only able to find a few snippets from it, but there are a plethora of articles discussing this clip that's out there, the full thing, and it shows that Willie at the end of the interview says something very, very odd. The quote from this article goes as follows: after camera stopped rolling, Willie told us with a smile, quote, I didn't tell you everything, but try as we might, we couldn't get him to say more, which is a wild thing to think about, but I do believe that Willie left the answers somewhere, because he seems like, at the very bottom of his heart, a good dude. Also, we know that Willie was involved in something crazy, because in 2007, when a documentary crew came to film and interview him, a government scientist, quote unquote, came to the filming location, pounded on the door, and demanded to sit in on the conversation and the filming, citing concerns over Willie.
What the hell am I looking at? Is this the thing he's talking about, or is this just a crazy TikTok?
Potential disclosures. And I do wonder if that guy was actually even
this is a guy from the government that I'm seeing right now who looks so scary.
Scientist, and who he was really from, and what his true aims were that day. But thankfully, no matter who he was, everyone there was like, nah, you're not coming in, dog. Overall though, Willie is a wild part of the story, and honestly, his confessions have proven
Is this taken by Coop holding a tick in his hand?
Just how deep this rabbit hole goes, and the fact that we are nowhere near the bottom. And the Lyme disease and alpha-gal ticks we're seeing dropped out of boxes in helicopters today is just a small part of a longer story, and the government seems to be reusing old plans. In fact, it seems to be the same script in many regards. Also, for posterity's sake, there's something called Project 112, which was a bioweapons facility kept top secret. In fact, the government denied it all the way in its existence, all the way up until the year 2000, when finally they were forced to admit it. But as early as 1962,
What is it? Project 112. What is it?
112 was testing the ability to use insects as bioweapons.
Okay.
The project is described as being almost...
Oh, yeah. I know. I'm certain that there were probably tons of shit like this. CIA was trying shit with birds, dolphins. They're feeding dolphins LSD and shit. They're trying all kinds of stuff to get things to work. You know? Just read any book about the CIA. You'll be like, oh my God, these people are fucking idiots. I mean, they're just trying everything. They had so much money. Somebody in the thing, you know, had a bad acid trip and thought that they could use ticks to attack Cuba. Yeah, they do that.
Almost as large and as secretive as the Manhattan Project. So that should keep you up at night. But between 1962 and 1974, over 134 tests were conducted, which could possibly explain what's so wrong with boomers. And the facilities of said Project 112 were capable of breeding 100 million plus infected mosquitoes monthly and 50 million fleas each week. And in 1954, you have Operation Big Itch, which successfully deployed 670,000 fleas from cluster bombs. The test showed that by aerial deployment, they soon attached themselves to the desired individuals, and they could cover a battalion-sized target rapidly. So when you see a box of ticks in your backyard, just know the feds have been running this script, this charade, this plot for decades. Now I often get asked for my conclusions and what to do.
There's gotta be better ways to do this than just setting down metal boxes full of 10,000 ticks in everyone's backyard. There has to be a more efficient way to do it. Just like put it, rub it on a bunch of deer or whatever. Get into spread it. Like this is a. Why did he open with the word? I think he like ordered his arguments from worst to best. Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
And I'm just going to say that we need to know that we're not the first people to uncover this, and we're not alone out there. There are people who are discussing this. I think we might be the first video to really compile the information and put it into one timeline in one place. But clearly, this is a touchy subject for the establishment because they've been using the so-called fact-checking sources to deny what's going on, which is funny because...
Wait, he zoomed in so I couldn't see what was the rating? You see, like on the right, it'll say like, liar, liar, pants on fire, or like true, but you can't even see.
They've been using the so-called fact-checking sources to deny what's going on, which is funny because each of these places cite each other as their evidence, which is downright stupid. But in any case, they, for the better part of a decade...
These places cite each other as their evidence? I mean, if that's true, then can you give me an example of that? Because, yeah, that would be bad. Like
trying to deny the Bill Gates and insects and weapons connections, specifically as it relates to alpha-gal and Lyme disease, but now it's coming out like crazy, and unsurprisingly, they're all being proven consistent liars. But in fairness, it's got to be hard to be...
What? How, though, dude? Okay, you can't say shit like that and not show what your work. What are you talking about?
On the side of truth and be a quote-unquote fact-checker when the people on your team are just outwardly admitting their plans. Here's a clip to make your teeth chatter, because they often, in these sorts of cases, admit what they're going to do before they do it. So watch this.
Examples. So one is that people eat too much meat, right? And if they were to cut down on their consumption on meat, then they would it would actually really help the planet. But people are not willing to give up meat. Yeah, you know, some people will be willing to, but other people, they may be willing to, but they have a weakness of will. They say, wow, this steak is just too juicy. I can't do it. I'm one of those, by the way. So, you know, but so here's the thought, right? So it turns out that we know a lot about, we have these intolerance to, for example, I have milk intolerance, and some people are intolerant to crayfish. So possibly we can use human engineering to make it the case that we're intolerant to certain kinds of meat, to certain kinds of bovine proteins. And there's actually analogs of this in life. There's this thing called the Lone Star tick, where if it bites you, you'll become allergic to meat. I can sort of describe the mechanism. So that's something that we can do through human engineering. We can kind of possibly address really big world problems through human engineering.
That is an eminent scientist there, someone who's deeply involved in this sort of research and has government connections, discussing how they think this is the right thing to do. And yet somehow cow farts are the problem as you build your data center on pasture land. Absolute stupidity. And there's this, oh my goodness.
Completely different things he's talking about. I mean, yeah, I also don't like that. I don't like that idea either of giving people an allergy to meat. Even as a vegetarian, I'm like, oh, I don't like that idea. I just don't like the idea of the government having that sort of power to do that to people without their consent and like be like, you're not gonna eat this shit, and we're gonna force you. Like, I don't like that. I'm against that. But then he's like, oh, you gotta, oh, really? So meat's bad? Cow farts are bad? It's like, first of all, yes, cow farts are really bad. Methane is a greenhouse gas. We have so many fucking cow and pig farms. They are extremely bad for the environment. And he's like, and yet they're paving over those to build data centers. Right. And it's like, yeah, that's bad too, man. What, like, that doesn't mean that cow farts aren't bad. Like, his argument here, it makes no sense. He's just like throwing in a bunch of buzzwords. I guess he's a methane denier. He doesn't believe in methane? Yeah, right. And get cow, but like,
discussing how they think this is the right thing to deeply involve, and yet somehow cow farts are the problem as you build your data center on pasture land.
As you mean like as AI companies funded by the U.S. government? Yeah. It's bad, man. What do you want? It's really bad.
Absolute stupidity. And there's this, oh my goodness, it's been going viral lately. There's this study that was published by 2 midwit scientists, and it essentially discusses
okay. Coop is calling these scientists midwits. Let's see.
how it's not just good to prevent people from being able to eat meat, it is moral to infect them with alpha-gal to reduce meat consumption. That is what they think about.
Alpha-gal makes people not eat meat? Oh, wow. Okay, it's presently feasible to genetically edit the disease-carrying capacity of the ticks. If this practice can be applied to ticks carrying alpha-gal syndrome, then promoting the proliferation of tick-borne AGS is morally obligatory. Hang on. What? Oh, alpha-gal syndrome, the only effect is the creation of a severe but non-fatal red meat allergy. Public health departments warn against Lone Star ticks and alpha-gal syndrome, and scientists are working to develop an inoculation to AGS. Really? So the only effect of alpha-gal syndrome is you develop an allergy to red meat? Seriously? That's nuts. Hang on. Alpha-gal syndrome. Oh, wow. Alpha-gal syndrome, also known as alpha-gal allergy or mammalian meat allergy, is an acquired allergy to the epitope of the carbohydrate molecule galactose alpha 1,3 galactose. Oh, I see. Alpha-gal. Reactions can be life-threatening. Okay. Typically either begin rapidly after exposure from intravenous therapy or 2 to 8 hours after ingesting foods and medicines. Reactions can also occur from skin contact and environmental exposures. AGS results from tick bites. I mean, it sounds like it doesn't just do that. If you can die from it. Reactions to intravenous treatments. It reacts with some cancer treatments, which is gelatin-based, I guess, or something like that. What a weird thing. I feel like this is like a thought experiment a little bit. This sounds like something that you would do in like philosophy class and be like, so if there's a disease that ticks spread that makes everyone allergic to meat, is it good to make that disease proliferate? More than 10 deaths have been attributed to alpha-gal reactions. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, it seems like it's worse than what they were saying in the article. Okay. Interesting.
About you. Never forget, though, that you're actually a human, and that's a great thing. So don't fall for this stuff, and be vigilant. Keep these ticks off of you. Make sure you check when you go outside that you're not stepping in a tick pile and you don't have them on you. They can be tiny.
A tick pile? Like just a pile of ticks all on top of each other.
So be really careful, especially if you have kids, because these diseases absolutely are even worse for children. So just please stay super vigilant and be on the lookout. That all being said, thank you guys so much for watching, and I can't wait to see each and every one of you in the next one.
Can't wait to see each and every one of you in the next one. I don't want to be in a Coop video ever, because it'll be you saying that I'm trying to give everyone Lyme disease or something like that. All right. That's the video. That's the stream, gang. We gotta go. Louie. Whatever it says. Thank you so much, Coop. Hope to see you in the next video, too. Hope to see you guys on the next stream. We like to have fun around here. Bit bap stibbity wap. Oh, huh?
Fangs forward, faith up.
I don't know even why I have that on my soundboard. Do I have anything fun for right now? What do I have to say about that video? Well,
I thought it was entertaining and informative.
Cool. I don't know. Anything else I want to say?
That is unbelievable.
I gotta use this more, eh? The soundboard. I gotta use. Maybe I need better drops. So some of these, I'm like, when am I ever gonna actually use this? I got a Coop one.
Now, for the record, the trumpets of Revelation are very biblical, are very real, and I do believe that they will happen.
Okay. All right. That's enough for now, gang. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you Wednesday at noon or same time next week. Those are the 2 times I stream. Don't miss it. Bye.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one server coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I made goblin jokes years ago. They became super viral, so whatever. Yeah. We'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin Vomit, Slop, and Blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal vampire belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Extra chill goblin.